Hello, and welcome to the 1A Prelims live talk show. I'm Jackson Summy, and I'll be your host for today. Just me today, but tomorrow we will have Brody Peterson on as well, and there will be a number of people on as the weekend goes by. We are about to start here. Field events have been going on for a little bit, but the girls 4x8 is about to start. We got 1A prelims today, so there will be 4 heats. I want to say there's like 40 something qualifying teams. Yeah, 42 qualifying teams. Yeah, I mean it looks like Shelbyville and Stark County are probably going to be the 2 favorites for the 1A 4x8. Here at Stark County has 2 girls that can probably break 220 with Cheyenne Smith and Dusty Smith. Shelbyville's obviously the returning state champs. They got Tessa Bowers, Leah Schoaf. Both of them have been running well all year. Unfortunately, we can't show any race video as the NFHS network will not allow us. That's the National something High School Association that deals with sports, and they are really strict with what you're allowed to show on camera and what you're not allowed to show on camera. So you just get to see my face all day, and maybe Carson will come in and chat us up a little bit too. But I'll be giving commentary as races go on. I'll do my best to not get too excited and jump out of my seat. It's going to be pretty hard, I think, especially for like the 400. The 1A sprints today are pretty solid. The 1A 400 is going to be a great race today. And then the mile prelims are going to be pretty exciting as well. We got some good stuff here today. Before we start, I guess I could go over some field events since those have already started. High jump is on flight number 2, I believe. Or no. Yeah, high jump just finished flight number 1. Currently, the knockout spot is 5.2.25. So far, Brooklyn Kaiser, Jillian Anderson, and Jordan Rathburn are all perfect through 3 attempts. Savannah Streeter missed 1 attempt at 5.2.25, but she's over as well. Evelyn Callison is over 5.2.25. And then so is Natalie Thomason and Rianne Baer. If you're wondering, I'm looking at my phone because my computer is streaming, so I can't see live results on my computer. But we do have this fancy results tab, which will show you. I think splits will come up there during relays, which would be kind of cool. So, but that's high jump. Emily Wisniewski, who jumped 5.5, did not make it past 5.1, which is a pretty notable early exit. Same with Alyssa Wallenstein, who is also 5.5. She also got out at 5.1. So that's the name of the game in high jump. It's a lot of unpredictability, and some people just are unable to make it at the state meet, and that's just what happens. Let's go to the long jump. Long jump has been pretty solid today. Sailor Berry of Mendon Unity, is your early leader. She hit an 18'6" mark on her first attempt and then fouled out for the second 2, but she will be almost certainly moving on to the finals. Gabrielle Totten of Bethany Okaw Valley is in second with 17:10, and then after that, you got Reese Honey of St. Anthony, Abby Armstrong of Flanagan Cornell, Ava B. of Athens, Amani Brown of Fisher, Ida Fager of Winnebago, Brooklyn Fuchs of New Berlin, Maya Lyris of Chicago Lycée Francais. That's the French school in Chicago. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce it. Taylor Frawley of Henry Senaquine, Addison Lush of Milford, and then there's a tie for 12th. 12th is not showing up for some reason. It's skipping from Addison Lush, who was 11th, to Lila Wright, who's in 13th. So I'm not sure what's going on there. But yeah, that's what's going on in long jump, and I think they're all done as well. Yeah, there was only 3 flights, and they're done with the 3rd flight. Top 12 will advance to finals in, I think, all the field events. And then in the sprints, so the 100, 200, 400, it'll be top 9. And then the 4x1, 4x2, 4x4 will be top 9. And then all the distance events are top 12. All state is top 9. So if you make the finals in a sprint event, you're automatically all state. And then, let's see what else. The only event that will be not run today is the 2 mile, which we will see all those on Saturday. Already chapped up my lips from talking so much. So I'm gonna get some. Oh no, did I forget to bring my aquaform? Oh no, we're chilling. They're taking their sweet time getting the girls out of the tent to start this 4x8. This first heat is Shelbyville, Cambridge, Kewanee Wethersfield, El Paso Gridley, Casey Westfield, Urbana University, Bloomington Cornerstone Christian, Paxton Buckley Loda, Kankakee McNamara, and Pinckneyville. Shelbyville obviously is one of the favorites to win the state title this year, so this will be interesting to see how they open up their weekend. Someone in the chat is telling me there was a tie in long jump, which would make a lot of sense. Yeah, there's a tie for 12th. Grace Grotehouse and Lila Wright of Sullivan are currently tied at 16-6. It looks like they're giving it to Lila Wright. I'm not sure why. They wouldn't just let both of them jump. But who knows? The tiebreakers, I'm not super refreshed on the tiebreakers. I know they have jump offs in high jump and vault if there's like a tie, but I don't know how it works in long and triple, so especially when it's trying to get into finals and not like for a state title or something. I think there's other field events going on right now. Oh yeah, triple jump just started. I believe they're on flight 1 currently. Your current leader is Audrey Shoney of Milledgeville. Her jump of 32.11 is leading by about 6 inches over Ashton Smith of Sisney. Grace Grotehouse of Warsaw West Hancock is your favorite in this event. It's very wide open. There's a lot of girls in the high 35s, low 36s. Grotehouse is the only one that has hit anything higher than 36.6, and I think she's done it twice this season. So she is the favorite as of now, but this really is anyone's game. And we just talked about her in the long jump. She's currently on the bubble for making the final in the long jump. She's currently tied for 12th, so 4x8s are coming out of the tent now. We're about to get started here with Heat 1. Before we get started, I want to quickly jump to pole vault, which I think has started now. We are currently over 9 feet. And I think there's only 1 flight of that, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check that. No, there's multiple. There's 2 flights, so I think we're on flight 2. Yeah, we're on flight 2, so the favorite in that event is Alexis Punsalan of Samanok, who's the returning state champ. She hit 12 feet last year at the state meet to win her first state title, and she looks like she's going to do it again. Addie Lehman of Peoria Christian is probably the only girl that will get close. She has jumped 11.7 so far this season, which is really solid. But Alexis Punsalan has been 11.10, and she's been consistently over 11.6, which is a lot better than anyone else in the classification has done so far. So, moving a little behind schedule, about 2 minutes behind schedule. Running events are supposed to start at noon. It's 12:02. but they're just now starting the 4x8. And here they go. I believe that is Shelbyville out in front there. Okay. My live results are wrong, which is awesome. Shelbyville leading early over, I believe that's Cambridge. I needed to bring my binoculars. I don't know what I was thinking. I can't see that far, but Shelbyville's definitely out in front through 232 seconds. That's pretty quick. I believe that's Leah Schoaf. I'm not exactly certain on that. Usually she ends up running the first leg, so it's listed Leah Schoaf, T. Tomlin, A. Corley, and T. Bowers is their lineup so far. So yeah, that is that's Shelbyville, and then it looks like Paxton Buckley Loda in second, with what looks to be Cambridge in third, about to be passed by Casey Westfield, I believe. But Shelbyville out very fast, 108 for Shelbyville, and she's gone. I mean, she has a large gap on the rest of this field, which makes sense. It's defending state champs. Almost broke the state record last year, if I'm not mistaken. I think they ran 9:23, missed it by like that much, which 9:23 for a 1A 4x8. That's nasty good. That's really, really good. 9:23 would get you all state in 3A on like most years. Probably not this year, but most years it's probably getting you to the final, and it's probably getting you an all state title. Yeah, Shelbyville's completely by themselves right now. They have about 30-ish meters on, I think that's Paxton Buckley Loda. 2:13, 2:14 on the clock right now. She's getting pretty close. It's probably going to be around 2:20, 2:21 for the split. 2:22, I think. Yeah, 2:22 for what looks like Leah Schoaf coming off the track now. But we can go to our results page. 2:22 for Shelbyville. Paxton Buckley Loda in second, with El Paso Gridley, who is now moved into second place. And then Cambridge in fourth. Cambridge has Yana Van de Kamp and Emily Downing, who are two really, really good 800 runners. Van de Kamp, I think, is a 2:17 girl, if I'm not mistaken. And then Emily Downing is just incredibly good at the mile. I think she ran 5 flat early indoors. I'm going to look that up because I'm not sure if that's true. But Cambridge is one of those teams that could definitely surprise you in the final for sure. It looks like Paxton Buckley Loda has reeled El Paso Gridley back in, but it is pretty close. Shelbyville still in front by a good 30 meters though. Yeah, Emily Downing has run 2:19 in the open, 5:14 in the mile. She was a part of their relay last year. She ran 5:06 during the indoor season. And last year Cambridge ran, I believe, 9:44 for third at state meet, and they returned the majority of those people back to this team, if not everybody. I think they actually were one of the teams that returned every single runner from that team. So El Paso Gridley still in second, Paxton Buckley Loda in third. They are gaining on Shelbyville just a smidgen, but not by very much. Cambridge is going to have some work to do if they want to get back up with the leaders. They're back about 50 or so meters. And Shelbyville slowly getting walked down here. Paxton Buckley Loda is retaking second place over El Paso Gridley. But it looks like Shelbyville is going to hang on to their lead as they give it to, I believe, Ava Corley is third. Yeah, here we go. Here come the the handoffs. 229 there for Shelbyville's second leg, which is really solid. I believe they have a girl who is over 230 this year. So I don't know if that's their second or third leg. If they can get all four under 230, then they are going to be in great shape here. EPG with a 226 on their second leg, really, really solid. And then Paxton Buckley-Loda has been fantastic today. So Cambridge 239 there. They're going to need a pretty big leg here from Deanna Vandekamp or Emily Downing if they want to get back into this. I keep going to starting soon. I'm getting used to the buttons. Sorry. El Paso Gridley has put the works on PBL here. And they are actually kind of gaining on Shelbyville here a little bit. It's now a 20-meter gap from second to first, with PBL still in third. Who is that in fifth? Kewanee Weathersfield is now in fourth, taking it over Cambridge. Absolutely moving right now. Shelbyville looks like she's going to increase her gap now. El Paso Gridley might have burned it up a little bit too hard on that first lap. It's just looking like it's starting to hurt a little bit now. Shelbyville looks pretty comfortable from where I'm sitting. But the fight for third has just gotten really interesting. Cambridge and Kewanee Weathersfield have both dropped an extremely impressive first lap, and they are gaining hard on Paxton Buckley-Loda right now. I believe that's Cambridge who's about to take over Kewanee. Yeah, there she goes, and she's about to catch Paxton Buckley-Loda as well to take into third. But she is still about a strong 50 meters behind Shelbyville and El Paso Gridley. We are about to get to the last handoff, but El Paso's going to take it over Shelbyville. I don't know if it's going to matter. Shelbyville has an extremely good anchor in Tessa Bowers. We'll go to the splits. 232 there for El Paso Gridley, 236 for Shelbyville. I think that was Shelbyville's weak link, and now we are onto the anchor leg where stuff is going to get really serious. Cambridge with a 223. That was likely Deanna Vandekamp. Really strong leg there from them. Kewanee Weathersfield 228. And then Paxton Buckley-Loda 248. Tessa Bowers of Shelbyville quickly eating up the gap that El Paso Gridley just got. They are through 200 meters. She looks very smooth right now. They're both moving, though. I mean, El Paso Gridley, I did not know that they had someone who could compete with a 219 girl, but, I mean, they're competing. Tessa Bowers now overtaking, but El Paso Gridley is fighting for it big time. Oh, my goodness. They're going to be throwing like 65. 66 for Shelbyville's Tessa Bowers with a lap for her first lap. As she overtakes, take back the lead over El Paso Gridley. Cambridge also moving. I believe that was like a 68 for Emily Downing there. El Paso Gridley and Shelbyville are the only two teams currently on pace for a sub-10. But if Emily Downing splits a low 220, Cambridge will also likely break the 10-minute barrier. I need to find a place to spit my gum out. I will be right back. Shelbyville really put that away. El Paso Gridley is kicking, but I think Tessa Bowers is going to lock this up. 9:41 on the clock right now, and they have about 30 meters to go. This is going to be a huge season best for them. 46, 47, and yeah, she walks it in. 218 for Tessa Bowers. Really, really solid. 222 on the anchor leg for El Paso Gridley. And then Cambridge with a season best as well, 955. 218 on the clock for Emily Downing. That is really, really good. I believe she has the mile later today, so we are probably going to feel that a little bit later. She's one of the favorites to make the final, I believe. She's running the mile? Maybe I'm... Yeah, she will be running the mile. Heat 2 versus Clara Einer and Audrey Dickinson, which is actually a really solid heat. The bubble time coming into this was looking like 10:05 for the 1A 4x8. And it looks like Paxton Buckley or Kiwani Weathersfield is going to be that bubble time. They just ran 10:05. Their anchor leg was 2:21, which is really, really solid. Oh shoot, my computer unplugged. It's a pretty good race. Shelbyville looked pretty strong there. This is a really good anchor leg from Tessa Bowers. Pretty relaxed too. Like she didn't really kick too hard. I mean, she passed up Paso Gridley and then kind of just walked it in. So this will be heat 2. Heat 2, we've got Elmwood, Winnebago, Erie Prophetstown, Newton, Cerro Gordo, Bement, Mason City, Illini Central, Harvest Christian Academy, Sherrard, Okawville, North Shore Country Days. Elmwood is, I think, the only team under 10 right now. They're 959, or they were at the sectional meet. I guess I don't have the top 10 list pulled up in front of me. Should probably do that. Let's pull up the top 10 4x8s in 1A right now. Yeah, so Elmwood is currently 7th in 1A. They ran 959 at their sectional, but Newton has ran 957 already this season. And I think Winnebago is also under... Oh no, Winnebago is also ran their PR at the sectional meet. 10:03. Here they go. Out off the stagger, that's a purple team. I believe that's Newton on the inside. Newton or Sherrard. But then that looks like Cerro Gordo Bement, who is taking it back. The cool thing about the 4x8 is that you could have a huge lead going into the third leg, but if you don't have a third leg, you get caught really quickly. So you will see that a lot in 3A for sure, and not just this weekend either, the next weekend as well. When the boys come down to state, there's going to be a lot of teams that have one or two guys that can really pull it together and get it out there, and then that third leg, it's just not it. St. Charles North is kind of an example of that, except they have girls that run 210 and 213, so it's not really an issue. Anyways, looks like Newton or that might be Cerro Gordo Bement in front right now. I think that's either Winnebago or Erie Prophetstown in second. Again, I won't know until splits come through because I don't have my binoculars to see all the way out there. But there's been a lead change. I think that is Bago now in front. Either Winnebago or Elmwood. I'm seeing some orange in that jersey. It's really hard to tell. I'm going to be honest, I might go to Walmart and buy binoculars tonight so I can do this better tomorrow. There's a pretty good chance that happens. Oh my goodness. Whichever team this is, they just beat the brakes off of second. They were behind at 300 to go, and they now have a 50-meter lead going into the second handoff. That looks like Elmwood. Elmwood about to hand off here as I'll pull the results tab up. 221 there for Elmwood. That's really, really solid. Newton in second, and Winnebago in third. Looks like Winnebago's in white and red. Newton and Bago are going to be pretty good teams here. Elmwood, I'm interested to see what they can do. Newton is out really hard. They have already eaten up the gap that Elmwood had. Yeah, that's, oh my goodness. Newton is now leading by a good few feet here. And Winnebago's about to catch Elmwood as well. Yeah, Newton has about 10 meters here as they come into a lap. Their first leg, 226, that's pretty solid. But Elmwood's first leg was absolutely insane. She was in second pretty much the entire time, and then at 200 to go, blew past her and created a 5-second gap. But Newton is walking away big time here. Really ambitious first lap, 68 seconds for Newton's second leg. Elmwood, I believe, was around 15, 16, somewhere in there. That's pretty typical. Actually, the 800, you'll see a lot of different strategies. You'll see people go out in 65s and then crash completely. You'll see other people go out slow and negative split. I think the scientific best way to run it is to go out fast and die, but to each their own. Especially like newer, less experienced runners, they will negative split the 800 all day. So like freshmen, sophomores on a 4x8, they'll go out in a 59, come back in a 57. Specific, like super talented ones, I'm saying. Newton has walked away big time here. They have about 30 to 40 meters on Elmwood here. Winnebago in third. They've pretty much held their gap. Maybe fallen back a little bit, but not by very much. That was a really strong leg from the second Newton runner. It's going to be probably another 226 if I had to take it. Nah, it's probably like a 229. Really, really hot start for the Newton Eagles. They ran 9:57 at the Seneca invite, I believe. Nope, Newton Lady Eagle invite, 9:57 for them. Elmwood 239 for their second leg. Bago 236. It's probably, I think Elmwood has one more girl that can likely run low 220s, so they should be fine. But Newton has a pretty commanding lead, about 30 meters on Elmwood and Winnebago. Elmwood and Winnebago are about, I don't know, 15-ish meters, but Elmwood is kind of pulling away here. All of them look pretty strong right now, however it is the first lap, so. That is still Newton, Elmwood, and then Bago. I think Newton has expanded a little bit here, but not by very much. It's pretty close. Bago's drawing back a little bit here, though. Elmwood and Winnebago are two fantastic distance programs. They've been great for a number of years. And I believe both have pretty strong ankle legs as well, so. Let's see if there's any updates from the field. High jump has still not moved yet. I believe they started flight 2. Yeah, they started flight 2, but we have no heights as of now. The big name to watch in this one is, oh wait, I don't think they circle C these. That is weird. Okay. Well, they started flight 2 of that. Pole vault is at 9.6, so they're getting pretty close to the cutoff here. I think the cutoff is likely going to be 10 feet, give or take. But anyways, Newton still in front. They just handed off their second to third leg. They are still under 10-minute pace here, waiting for the splits to load. But I believe that is... Oh, the clock seems to be broken. That's awesome. Either the clock is broken. Yeah, the clock is not putting splits up. So I was a little bit under 7:30. Elmwood has fallen to third. Winnebago way out in front right now, but Newton looks very smooth. And they still have a good 20 meters on Winnebago. Winnebago put a strong 30 meters on Elmwood without me noticing. That's interesting. And yeah. We are on the final lap. Oh, okay, here come the splits. So Winnebago was 226 on that last one. Elmwood 234. And Bigo had about 5 seconds on him at the handoff, and they probably have another 5 now. Newton looks pretty comfortable in front. I don't imagine Winnebago's going to catch them. It's going to take a pretty nasty kick for that to happen. It looks... Hold on, what heat are we on? Number 2. That is Morgan Webb, though, so one of the better distance runners in 1A. She's about 20 meters back with 200 to go. I think Newton's going to put this away, though. It looks like they are going to comfortably walk this in. Both anchor legs are running really, really well. Not Morgan Webb, Molly Webb. That's my mistake. Yeah, that's Newton all day. Newton is going to walk this in for a win in Section 2. They will likely break the 10-minute barrier here. Looking like a season best is on the way. 9:53, 9:54 for Newton, 9:56 for Winnebago. 2:27 on the anchor for Newton and 2:26 for Bago. And then Elmwood's going to be around 10:01. Yeah, so pretty solid race. Elmwood a little bit off of their season best, but they should still make the final with a 10:01. Harvest Christian, it's going to be a little bit closer. 10:10 is likely going to be close to the bubble-ish. The thing is, there's 4 heats, so it's typically just the top 3 in every heat end up making the final by time, but if there's a super fast heat somewhere out here, then it's going to shake things up a little bit. Shelbyville's currently leading through 2 heats, 9:47 from heat 1, with El Paso Gridley 9:49, and then Cambridge in 4th. We are on heat 3, excuse me. Heat 3, we got Pleasant Plains, Aledo, Mercer County, Downs Tri Valley, Beecher, Marshall, Monmouth United, Rova, Williamsfield, Seneca, Breese Mater Dei, McLeansboro, Hamilton County, and then Auburn. And then Pleasant Plains is the one to watch here. They were All-State last year, and they will probably be All-State again this year. If they can get under 10 here in the prelims, that'll be a good day for them. Same with Aledo, Mercer County. As they are just closing out the last relay to come through the line here, and then we're going to get started with heat 3. Let's quickly go to the field events. Triple jump, we have a new leader. They just started flight 2, so Lorelei Danhorn of Oregon, 35.5. She is currently leading 12th place cutoff is 32 even. Is likely gonna go, or it's likely gonna go up as we go. They were supposed to start shot put and discus at 10. That has not happened yet. Flight 2 of high jump is on 5-1. 3 athletes are perfect so far. It's Tiara Sprigg of Christopher, Britton Lusk of Flora, and Chloe Taylor of Casey Westfield.
Hamilton County and McLeansboro will be in 10, and Auburn has the 11th spot in this third race of 4 with Shelbyville and Newton, the automatic qualifiers so far.
After this, we're going to move to the 4x1, where I believe there are 4 or 5 heats as well. Yeah, 5 heats of that. And then there's the hurdles 100 after that. But the 4x8s are going to take up a pretty good chunk of time here. Bubble time is currently 10:19. It's probably going to be closer to 10:05 before this event is over. Here comes heat number 3, just got started. Looks like Pleasant Plains leading out the gate with Beecher in second. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's on the inside. Oh, that looks like Downs Tri-Valley, actually. I think it's Downs Tri-Valley, Pleasant Plains, and then I want to say Mercer County in third. But Pleasant Plains is the favorite of this section. They're the only team under 10 here, 9:58, but Mercer Counties are in 10:03. I believe Downs Tri-Valley is probably up there as well. Let's see, Mercer County 10:05, Downs Tri-Valley 10:09, and then Pleasant Plains 9:52 so far this season. So looks like Downs Tri-Valley in front with Pleasant Plains in second. That is Adeline Bruce of Downs Tri-Valley. She's been pretty solid this season. I believe her season best is something like 222, give or take. 225, excuse me. But she's 5:22 and 11:16 in the mile and 2 miles. So I would say she's probably stronger in the 2 mile, but she's out here running the 4x8 anyways because the 2 mile is tomorrow. So looks like the tie in the long jump is going to go to Grace Grote. Both athletes who tied for that final spot are going to get to jump in finals, which is good because that's how they should do it. I think if you tie for anything, for the final spot for sure, I think they just let you go because what is one extra person at the end of the day? It's going to slow us down by that much, maybe, and it's one extra person. Oh my goodness gracious. We are on our second handoff. Downs Tri-Valley handing off in first with Adeline Bruce splitting at 226, Mercer County 229, and then Pleasant Plains 229. Pleasant Plains and Mercer County got out hard from that second leg. Both of them just sprinted to catch up, and they have both caught Downs Tri-Valley in a matter of meters. It is now a group of 3 moving up down the back stretch. Pleasant Plains in front, Mercer County in second on her hip, and then Downs Tri-Valley chilling in third. Anyways, like I was saying, if you tie for that last final spot in a running event, in a long jump event, I think they just let you run. In the sprints, you can't really do that because there's only 9 lanes in this track, so they'd have to, I don't even know what they would do there. They do it. I think they do a runoff in the sprints. I'm not confident on that, but
The 5 squad is the Marshall
yeah.
Lions. That is a
Pleasant Plains in front, Mercer County in second, and Downs Tri-Valley in third. And they are a pretty uniform line right now. Pleasant Plains drawing away a little bit, just a tad, but I'm hearing that the sound got cut off. Let me double check that.
Still Pleasant Plains. 1, 2, 3. Van Veldhuizen, Clark, Willing. For Marshall, it's Grace Thompson, the freshman. I believe that is Marshall in the 4th position.
I'm going to mute the audio real quick and see if I think the sound is working now, so we should be good. Sorry about that. Mercer County now has the lead, by the way. Pleasant Plains in second, Downs Tri-Valley in third. Pleasant Plains is kicking pretty hard here, trying to get back up to the front, but they are about equidistant from each other, about 10 meters between each group. I don't know if I showed the second leg splits. Mercer County 224, Pleasant Plains 228, Downs Tri-Valley 233. And they are about to come through 400 of their first, first leg. Marshall is also in this heat, and I think that's Molly Farrell, if I'm not mistaken. So Molly Farrell is the favorite for the 1A 1600 this weekend. She is a 452 miler, and I'm pretty confident she could split sub 220 on any given day if she wanted to. So, but something tells me this is not her. It looks like it's one of her teammates. I just saw the blonde hair and assumed it was Molly Farrell, but it's not. So it looks like it's going to be Mercer County and Pleasant Plains. They're starting to drop Downs Tri-Valley a little bit here. Downs Tri-Valley is they're falling back a little bit. So I think this heat is going to be just a little bit slower than the ones we've seen earlier in the day. But we are about to get to the final handoff of the day. Mercer County still in front, and Mercer County hasn't broken 10 yet this season, so this is a pretty good race from them. Pleasant Plains has run 9:52, but they also had Elena Harker on that relay. I do not know if Elena Harker will be running today, so 729 for Mercer County, 235 for that last leg. Pleasant Plains also 235 on that last leg, but they are off to the races now. Downs Tri-Valley trailing by about 6 seconds here. It is going to be pretty hard for anyone else to get back into this other than those three teams. So. Mercer County really trying to put this away early. Her and Pleasant Plains are both like absolutely sprinting through 200. Pleasant Plains is gaining a little bit here. Kind of wonder if this is Elena Hawker. I don't have the heat sheets, unfortunately. They what they do in the check-in tent is they take names down and make sure that they get the lineup right so they can put it on athletic.net so that it's accurate. And then they send it to the announcers, and the announcers can do it. But unfortunately, I'm not technically an announcer, so 8:39 there for Mercer County, 8:30 for Pleasant Plains. Pleasant Plains, I think, just went out in a 68, which is pretty freaking fast. And they are gaining hard on Mercer County here. That would be Elena Hawker, who is their, I believe she's a 400 runner, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, I'm lying. She's an 800 runner. She ran 223 at the sectional. We will probably see her later in the day. But she was 221 last year in the relay for Pleasant Plains, and she was a part of their state champion 4x4 as I believe the leadoff leg. So, but yeah, Pleasant Plains just took the lead there. They have about 10 meters on Mercer County here. And yeah, that's going to be game time. Pleasant Plains doing nothing but extending right now as we pull into the end of the race here. They are going to drop a season best, I think. 49.51. Yeah, 9:51 for Pleasant Plains. That'll be a season best for them. And then Mercer County gets under 10 minutes as well, which will be a pretty big season best for them as well. That's a 10-second improvement from Mercer County. And then, wow, Marshall really came back there at the end. That looks like Madeline Fox from Marshall. 223 there for Madeline Fox. Really solid split. And then Downstrive Valley in fourth with a 10:15. Not the greatest day from Downstrive Valley, but pretty solid stuff from them as well. Really good race from Mercer County. Knocking 9 seconds off of their season best and taking second in this prelim section. But this will be the last heat. Our favorites, Stark County, are in this race. They're I should say expected. They ran 9:41 this season, which is the best time in 1A so far. Shelbyville has arguably the better team, but Stark County is a really solid option. They got Cheyenne Smith, Dusty Smith, who are both really, really solid. Peyton Terwilliger was on their All-State relay last year, and then they replaced their outgoing senior with Nora Rorem, I believe her name is. Let me double check that actually. Yeah, Nora Rorem, who has been an instant impact girl on this relay. She's splitting like 230s, I think. So, yeah, they're doing really solid this year. They should get an easy win here, but Dusty Smith is also running the mile and potentially the 2 mile tomorrow. Hold on. I want to double check that. I don't know if that's true or not. I know for sure she's running the mile because she's seated at 5 flat, and she could absolutely win if she wanted to. She doesn't look like she's running the 2 mile, which is probably a good thing. That would be crazy doing 3 events in one weekend.
Will be the number 1 squad in this race, the Storm of Bureau Valley, along the Illinois.
Let's go over who's in this heat. We got Stark County seated first. We got Manlius, Bureau Valley, Port Byron, Riverdale, Lena Winslow, Fulton, Arthur Lovington, Atwood, Wilmette, Region Dominican, Totopolis, Lisle, Carlinville, and Winchester. 11 teams in this heat. There's 4 heats of this 4x8. It's a lot of heats of the 4x8. I don't know what the average qualifying number is. There's a lot of teams typically that make it to the state meet. But I know in 3A it's usually supposed to be around 30. It's going to be a lot this year, but we're having it's a good year for track and field, basically. we are going to see a lot of people that run crazy times, especially in the sprints. The sprints are absolutely insane this season. That looks like Stark County out in front. I believe that's Port Byron and then Lena Winslow in third, with either Fulton or Barrow Valley in fourth, now in third. But that is Stark County all day, every day. They are out in front by a good 15 meters here. I believe they're going to Cheyenne Smith here first. She's a 218 girl. She's probably going to challenge for the 800 individual title this weekend. She's going to have to drop some time to do it, but she's an exceptional 800 runner in her own right. And she has a huge lead here. She's about 20 meters ahead of everybody, and everybody else is just like in a line behind. 108 for Cheyenne Smith. I believe that's Fulton in second, but I'm not sure. And then that would be Lena Winslow in third and Port Byron in fourth. I think Barrow Valley is the next best team in this field, if I'm correct. Yeah, Barrow Valley ran 10:06 at their sectional meet, and they are probably the next best thing here. Port Byron Riverdale 10:07. So those two teams are probably going to be battling it out for third. I don't know, where is Lena Winslow at? Lena Winslow is 10:18 at their sectional meet. So about 10 seconds back from Winslow and Barrow Valley. But it looks like Stark County here, and then we've got Lena Winslow now in second by a good 10 meters on Barrow Valley. But, I mean, if we've seen anything this weekend, those gaps get brought up early. Cheyenne Smith, 221, I believe, for that first leg. Really, really solid. I'm waiting for that to come through officially. But it was around 10:21 with Winslow 10:26, give or take, maybe 10:25. And then Port Byron Riverdale is right there with them as well. 229. Riverdale now in third, Fulton in fourth, and I believe that's Carlinville in fifth. I'm going to go open this window. It's hot in here. Stark County is expanding their lead. They have almost 50 meters on Lena Winslow and Port Byron. Excuse me. Again, this is the 941 team, so this isn't like a crazy huge surprise, but on the second leg, yeah, it's a little bit of a surprise. I didn't think that they were going to go anything crazy in the prelim because they are seated so far ahead. I thought they were just going to walk. In fact, Dusty Smith, I don't know if Dusty Smith will even run because unless they have a fourth, if they don't have a fourth option, then Dusty Smith will probably run. We're getting close here to the handoff for the third leg. Byron Riverdale has now passed Lena Winslow, but Lena Winslow is hanging in there. Yeah, that's Stark County about to hand off here. 4:52, 53, 55 on the clock, so probably about a 2:34, 2:30-ish, 2:33. Byron Riverdale hitting off at 5 flat, Lena Winslow 5:03. 5:02.8. I think the cutoff, the bubble time right now is 10:10, and this is the final heat. So if Byron Riverdale and Lena Winslow break that, they're getting into the finals. However, under 10:10 is 10:09, and then it's 10:05. So if one of them breaks 10:09, then they're in. But if both of them break 10:09, then one of them, or then Marshall and Harvest Christian are getting bounced from the final. So Lena Winslow has pulled even with Port Byron, and it looks like they're going to try and pass here on the straightaway. Starr County is way ahead. Excuse me. Lena Winslow now in second at the 400. That was a 61 or 71 for their opening lap. Lena Winslow now making a gap on Port Byron. Looks like they're actually gaining pretty hard here on Stark County. Stark County is not likely to lose this race, but they are definitely giving up some of the ground that they had. The lead is now only about 30-ish meters, 25 meters. But they also have a leg to go, and Dusty Smith on anchor should be more than enough. Port Byron might reel in Lena Winslow here. It's going to be pretty close as we get into the final leg. 7:31 on the clock for Stark County. 7:30, excuse me. 7:37 and 7:38 there for Port Byron and Lena Winslow. They are going to need two pretty strong anchor legs if they want to get into the final here. The bubble time is 10:10. Oh man, I'm tired. So these two legs have to break 2:33 in order to get their teams into the finals. Or 2:32? 2:31? I don't know. Stark County has now lengthened the gap here. Looks like that is Dusty Smith on anchor leg. It's back up to 60 meters, so they're walking away with this. I'm excited to see what they can do against Shelbyville in the finals. The way that Tessa Bauer ran her race today, I think Shelbyville could probably squeeze out another 2 to 3 seconds there. Same with Leah Schoaf. She ran well, but I think she could also run a little bit faster if she has some competition in front of her, which with Stark County in the same race as Shelbyville, you'll see Cheyenne Smith probably lead off, and that'll be a 2:18 girl for Leah Schoaf to chase. So it's going to be close. It's going to come down to the third leg like it usually does. So Port Byron is now leading on Lena Winslow by a pretty good amount here. We have about 250 meters to go. Stark County is looking pretty smooth. I don't see them losing this unless Port Byron Riverdale has the kick of the century, and no gears have been shifted. So it looks like Stark County is going to walk away with this. And it looks like Riverdale is going to bring it home for second. The question is, will they be fast enough to get into the final? They need to break 10:10. There's 9:45 on the clock, and they have 80 meters left, so it looks like they're going to do it. Lena Winslow has to break 10:09, and it looks like they might get it too, but it is going to be very close. 10 flat for Port Byron Riverdale. Lena Winslow, 10:06. That should be good for the final. And then unfortunately, Regina Dominican is probably going to miss the final by just a second. And that pretty much wraps up the 4x8. Let's take a look at the other field events. Pole vault has moved to 9:10. We're still on flight number 2. I don't know if there's any notable no heights so far. Addie Lehman and Alexis Pintana both elected to pass up 9:10. But I do believe they have to hit it in order to move on to finals. I'm not. They won't come in until later though, because I think that they'll wait for other people to get out, and then once people, someone just got hit on the head with a pole vault bar. That hurts. Once more people get out, then they'll start to come back in. We're gonna move to 4x1. Your final qualifiers for the 4x8 are as follows. Shelbyville, Pleasant Plains, and Newton and Stark County are all getting big Qs, so they won their heat and automatically move on. And then the next 8 are in on time. So you got El Paso, Gridley, Cambridge, Winnebago, Mercer County, Port Byron, Riverdale, Elmwood, Kewanee, Weathersfield, and Lena Winslow. And those are your 12 that you will see tomorrow. This will be the first heat of the 4x1. There will be 5 heats of the 4x1. We got Somonauk in lane 2, Amboy in lane 3, Trenton Westglen in lane 4, Sterling Newman Central Catholic in lane 5, Central Catholic in lane 6, Hayworth in lane 7, Mercer County in lane 8, and Illini Bluffs in lane 9. What is going on? The wind is knocking stuff over outside. Not sure what's going on. Let's see who in this heat is going to be pretty good. Newman Central Catholic, I think, is got a pretty strong team here. 50.21. The standard for 1A teams in the 4x1 is usually low 50 seconds. So the favorites are Totopolis, who ran a really solid 48.9 at their sectional meet to win it over Robinson. Robinson, I believe, was 49.07, which is also really solid. But I'm pretty sure every single other team is over 50 seconds. El Paso Gridley in Heat 3 is the returning state champions, and they returned 3 out of the 4 of the runners from that relay. So that should be good for them as well. And out in lane 9, West Carolina Bluffs, they are the Tigers.
We really worry about the anchor.
I really wish we could do race video here. I think that would make this a lot better. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen, but we're going to take a break really quick. So Heat 1 is about to get started here. Of the girls 4x1. Newman Central Catholic is your top seed at 50.21, with Bloomington Central Catholic in 6th at 50.27. The runners are currently getting into their blocks. Again, how finals work for this one, it's top 9, and then if you win your heat, you get an automatic qualifier. So there's 5 heats. There will be 5 big qualifiers or big Qs. They qualify by winning their heat, and then everybody else, it's the next best on time. So the next, I think it's 4 best times will make it to finals as well. And here they go. Lane 5 is Sterling, but it looks like that's Trenton Westglen who is in front right now. Trenton Westglen with a great handoff. Oh my goodness. Newman Central Catholic has a great second leg. That'll be Newman Central Catholic handing off in front, just narrowly over Bloomington Central Catholic, but Bloomington Central Catholic had the better handoff, and they're going to lead going into this final leg. It'll be Central Catholic versus Newman Central with Trenton Westglen on the end. Oh no! Oh no! Bloomington Central drops the baton. That is not good. Sterling Newman Central Catholic is going to take the win with a 50.35, but Bloomington Central Catholic drops the baton and is disqualified from the race. That hurts. That's a really good team that's going to be out of the final. 50.27 coming in, and they drop the baton in the prelims. Man, that stinks. That is why they run the race, though. That stuff like that happens all the time. Last year, Homewood Flossmoor was the favorite to win the state title, and they were supposed to dominate. Like, they're supposed to win by 20 points. They dropped the baton in the 4x2 in prelims, and they won by 4. It was very close. I mean, could not have been closer. That is horrible for Bloomington Central Catholic. Really unfortunate. They looks like they just missed grabbing it, and then they went out of the exchange zone, which is just an automatic disqualification. So, Newman Central Catholic getting the win, though, 50.35, and then Trenton Westglen 51.12 for second. Pretty solid race there from Trenton Westglen. I believe they came in. Oh no, they came in with a 50.5. But anyways, we can move into Heat 2. We got Chicago North Lawndale Charter in lane 2, Downs Tri-Valley in lane 3, Henry Seneca Wine in lane 4, Pleasant Plains in lane 5, Newton lane 6, Moreau Forsyth in lane 7, Arthur Lovington Atwood in lanes 8, and Bismarck Henning Rossville in lane 9. Your favorite in this section is Pleasant Plains with the 50.17 over Newton in 50.28. Pleasant Plains is one of the better teams in the state right now in the 4x1. Henry Senac Wine is running with Danielle Bumper, who is a favorite in the Open 4 and the Open 200. She will be running the third leg, and she should be pretty solid there for her. Moreau Forsyth is another team that you could watch out for. They were All-State last year, and they returned, I think, every single person from that team that ran 49, whatever. You know what? They might have been state champs last year. I might be tripping. They're a team that's going to be really, really good. I might have them winning, actually, just because I'm pretty sure everybody that they ran with last year is coming back this year. I'm quickly going to check and make sure that they are the returning state champs. It was either them or El Paso Gridley. One of those two. There's El Paso Gridley and then Moreau Forsyth in second, 49-14. And they return pretty much everybody. Here they go. Out of the blocks, that looks like lane 7. That's Moreau Forsyth. Out of the blocks, really, really solid. As we get to the handoff, it's even. It's really even. Nobody's in the lead right now. If anyone's in the lead, it's Pleasant Plains, but it is like by that much. And here comes Pleasant Plains, but oh my goodness, Henry Senequine. And Moreau Forsyth looks like they're out of the race. That's Pleasant Plains and Henry Senequine. Oh my goodness! Look at Newton! Newton with a nasty anchor leg. 49 seconds for Newton! Wow! 49.74 there for Newton. 50.26 for Henry Senequine. And Moreau Forsyth in third with a 50.33. Pleasant Plains 50.38. Really solid race right there. Sub 50 for the Newton Eagles. Holy cow. They just took off about a second off their season best, and they're the third team to get under 50 in the in 1A this year. That is fantastic. And the bubble time is now 51.06. So really great race there from the Newton Eagles. Same with Henry Senequine. Moreau Forsyth had a good finish, but it was scary there for a second. Their third leg was not the best. Their handoff there at the end, though, was really, really solid, and then they brought it home hard with a great anchor leg. All right, here comes Heat 3. Lane 1, we got Chicago Phillips. Lane 2, Pinckneyville. Lane 3, Litchfield. Lane 4, Kankakee McNamara. Lane 5, El Paso Gridley. Lane 6, Lena Winslow. Lane 7, Lyle. Lane 8, Pure Christian. And Lane 9, Stillman Valley. El Paso Gridley is your returning state champions. They return, I believe, like 3 of those members from last year. We have yet to break 50 seconds this year, but based on how that last heat just went, they might get under. Lena Winslow is a team I'm pretty high on. They're expected to win the 4x2 and the 4x4, but they haven't done anything crazy in the 4x1 yet. And I think that they are a team to watch for sure. They're going to be really, really solid. I don't know what is taking so long to get this next heat out of the blocks, but by season best, it looks like El Paso Gridley is the top team to look at here. No, sorry, Lena Winslow, 50.04. And then El Paso Gridley, 50.13. I think Lena Winslow is going to run like 49 low here. That's my personal guess. I think they're going to get it over El Paso Gridley. I don't see either one of them missing the final, though, so I think El Paso Gridley's probably going to break 50 seconds as well. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. They have just not brought anybody out of the 10. I don't know what's going on right now. We're taking our sweet time. We're going to take a break until they can get this 4x1 out of the They finally got the runners out of the tent, but we are still waiting to get all the runners into position, so it's probably going to be another 2-ish minutes before the next heat runs. All right, finally getting going here. After 1,800 years, the runners are finally into their spots, or at least heading to their spots. And they've sent heats 4 and 5 so that we can, get a move on here because we're taking our sweet time. We'll go over heat 3 again for those who weren't here. Chicago Phillips, Pinckneyville, Litchfield, Kankakee McNamara, El Paso Gridley, Lena Winslow, Lyle, Peoria Christian, and Stillman Valley. That is heat number 3, excuse me. Again, the favorites are El Paso Gridley, your returning state champs. Them and Lena Winslow are going to go back and forth here. I think Lena Winslow is going to win, but, it's 4x1, so literally anything can happen. We just saw Bloomington Central Catholic drop the baton. That's an example of anything can happen. They weren't the favorite in that event, but it was going to be either them or, I think it was, I'm forgetting who it was. Newton ended up winning in 49-7, which was a huge season best for them. So. We gotta get going. Based on the time schedule, we were supposed to start the hurdles 7 minutes ago, and we are still on heat 3 of the 4x1. So we're a little behind right now, which is why I've been you guys have been staring at a black screen for the last few. right, well, they're all on their blocks. And here we go. Pretty good start for lane 8, Lyle. Or Peoria Christian, excuse me. Lena Winslow already making up some pretty impressive ground. Great handoff from Lena Winslow and El Paso Gridley. El Paso Gridley with a great second leg. Is going to move up into first. And they have the lead before the stagger. El Paso Gridley and Lena Winslow are 1 and 2 right now, but El Paso Gridley has a commanding lead. It is going to be hard for Lena to take this back, but here we go. Anchor leg. Oh, and Lena Winslow is going to take it. What an anchor leg for Lena Winslow. 46, 47, 48, 49 seconds for Lena Winslow and El Paso Gridley. 49.55. Holy cow. 49.98 for El Paso, and then Kankakee McNamara 50.56 for third. Great race from Lena Winslow. They were behind until that anchor leg, and then they had a fantastic handoff. Their handoff was really the only reason they won that last leg. El Paso was a little bit slowed going out of the exchange zone, and Lena Winslow just ate that up. So really good stuff there. Great time as well. 49.55 is huge. All right, heat number 4. We got DeQuinn, Caitlin Salt Fork, Madison, Fulton, Robinson, Port Byron, Riverdale, New Berlin, Fairfield, and Erie Prophetstown. The big names to watch here are Robinson and Fulton. Fulton has a pretty solid 4x2, I think, that is going to run later this week. They ran 50.5, or later today. They have 50.53 season best. Robinson coming in at a 49.07, which they ran at their sectional meet. Robinson has got a really, really good freshman on anchor leg, Austin McDowell. She led 1A for most of the season in the 100 and 200. She ran 12.07, I think, so far this season, and 24.6 in the 200, which is really, really good. She got third in the 200 at her sectional, though, to Reese Honey and Isabella Niebergy. And both of those two girls are now the favorites for the 200. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes. Robinson got second at their sectional to, I believe it was Totopolis, which is where Isabella Niebergy, that's another freshman. There's 1A is the 1A sprints are dominated by 2 freshman girls. Isabella Niebergy, who is expected to win the 300 hurdles, 100. She's ranked. She has the fastest time in 1A in the 100, and she's supposed to be all-state in the 200. Austin McDowell, who's supposed to either win the 100 or get like third, and who is supposed to win the 200 or get second to Reese Honey. And then Reese Honey is only a sophomore. Like, every single sprinter in 1A is coming back for at least another 2 years. And Robinson and Totopolis are going to be great 4x1 programs until both of those freshmen leave. So the runners are getting into their blocks. I'm actually really excited for this. I've wanted to see Robinson run 49.0, or Robinson and Totopolis. That was one of the things I was kind of excited for, because both of those teams are way ahead of the field right now by like half a second. So, all right, and here we go. Robinson looks pretty good out of the blocks. Lane 3 looks a little bit better. That's Madison. Great handoff from Robinson. And they have a second leg that's taking them home right now. They are currently in front by a pretty big margin here. Oh no! Robinson gonna miss the handoff. That opens the door for Fulton. Fulton's now in front. It is going to have to take a pretty big anchor leg here from Robinson if they want to take this back. Fulton is up. But look at Robinson. Austin McDowell from the depths of hell is bringing it back. What an anchor leg. Oh my goodness. After a near catastrophe on that third handoff, Austin McDowell brings Robinson back from the grave. 50.39 for the win in heat number 4. Fulton in second with a 50.54. That was the craziest thing I have ever seen. That was insane. They missed the handoff again like we saw earlier with Bloomington Central Catholic, but they stayed inside the exchange zone. She grabbed the baton and then started sprinting. So like from a dead stop, she started sprinting. So they're back by at least half a second on Fulton and everybody else. Good handoff on the fourth leg, and then Austin McDowell walks everyone down. What a race. Fantastic race there from Robinson. Way to recover from a really bad handoff. And if they didn't get the big Q there, they would have been out of the final, too. 50.39 is over the bubble time. So, very clutch. I mean, I could not have been more clutch. All right, anyways. Heat number 5. We got Tremont, Dwight, Winnebago, Camp Point Central, Totopolis, Sherrard, Sullivan, Hillsboro, and Rushville Industry. The big team to watch here is Totopolis. They are the only team under 49 seconds this season. They ran a 48.79, I believe, at their sectional meet. Camp Point Central as well is going to be pretty solid here. 50.51 for them. They have Addie Foss on anchored. She's one of the favorites for an all-state spot this weekend. So, but Totopolis has a great anchor leg in Isabella Nieberge, who, I mean, we just saw Austin McDowell smoke the heat before and she came back from a deficit of at least a quarter second to a half a second. So we could see that again from Nieberge, if not more. That's the thing about some of these teams, is they're so far ahead that they can have a mistake like that and they can still run 50 point. I mean, it's pretty impressive. Bubble time is pretty fast right now. 50.38 for the bubble. Most of these teams aren't under that mark. The only team currently under that mark is Totopolis. So if Totopolis can, it's pretty much going to be whoever gets the heat win is probably going to go to the final. So they're in their blocks. We're about to get set here. Oh. False start from Camp Point Central. That is not good. I don't know if they're going to let her run. All right. It's time for Jackson to complain about false starting and how it's the stupidest rule ever. I really don't think you should be disqualified for a false start. I think that is one of the dumbest ideas we've ever had. At best, you are sending away a team that tried to cheat, and they're sending them away. Oh my God. That sucks. Yeah, all right, so now we're really going to get into it. I hate false starts. I don't understand the point. I think if you false start, you should run it again, because at the end of the day, what did you do? You fell over out of the blocks? It happens. It happens to everybody. You're at the state meet. You're nervous. Of course you're going to fall out of the blocks. Let them run it again. I don't know. I'm also a little biased because I watched Simon Lane get sent away for a false start last year in the mile in the mile. What does a false start do for you in the mile? He was going to win by 10 seconds anyways. Heat number 5, running it again. Camp Point Central, disqualified. And here we go. Clean start. Nobody's really in the lead. Lane 3 Winnebago had the best start out of anybody, but it's pretty even into the second handoff. Great handoff from Totopoulos. Their second leg now eating up almost every single other stagger. Great handoff from Totopoulos again. Their third leg is way in the lead right now. It's Totopoulos and Winnebago, but Totopoulos is going to win this by a country mile. Isabella Nieberge on anchor leg. She's walking away from it. 43, 44, 45. They won't break 49, but it'll be pretty close. 49-30 for Totopoulos in the win. Winnebago, 50.24. They get under the bubble time and are into the final. Really, really good race there from Totopoulos. Almost flawless handoffs based on from what I could see up here. Really, really strong race from Totopoulos. That's a really disappointing false start, I'm going to be honest. I'm really upset that they sent away Camp Point Central because I think Camp Point Central probably could have made the final there, and I think that shakes things up. If you're going to send away someone who's potentially going into the final, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I think you let them run. I think you let them run around. You're going to hear me complaining a ton about false starts this weekend because that's not going to be the last one. All right, we are moving into the hurdles, so we're going to take a short break while they set the hurdles up.
in your community. Visit our
Oh, we're about to get started here with the 100-meter hurdles.
visit
Heat 1, we got Remy Hicks of Pinckneyville, Jade Said of Peoria Christian, Avery Brule of Winnebago, Alyssa Wallenstein of Braidwood Reed Custer, Natalie Thomason of Bismarck Henning Rossville, Emma Gorsuch of Astoria, Hannah Shoemaker of Toledo Cumberland, and Liv Honey of Effingham St. Anthony. Your favorite is Alyssa Wallenstein with a season best of 15:39. The favorite in this event, there's really not a favorite, but Lily Bosnick is probably the favorite. She ran 14:43 last year and was second to Leah Patterson of Tuscola. She's run 14:88 so far this season, which is not the best time in 1A this year. McKenna Van Tilburg of Wilmington has run 14:47, which is season best and PR for her, and she's only a sophomore as well. So it's going to be between those two. I have Lily Bosnick winning personally. I think Lily Bosnick's definitely going to win the 300, but the 100-meter hurdles is going to be a little bit closer. I think it's going to be between her and Van Tilburg. And to be honest, I mean, it's going to be a matter of milliseconds, so you can't really call a winner when it's that close. I will say Lily Bosnick is a great athlete, so I would assume that she's probably going to get it done. We're finally getting started with Heat 1 here. Just kidding. We're doing runouts for Heat 1. Hold on. We are on Heat 1, right? Are they letting everybody do run-throughs?
And did you know that track and field officials who are also military
I think they are. I think every single runner is just doing runouts right now.
American flag patch on the sleeve of their shirt?
Okay.
This Memorial Day weekend, let's give a round of applause for all veterans who are Independence Day.
Not really sure what's going on. We're just cycling through every single person. Yeah, every single person's going to do runouts before we start, I guess. When we are... How many minutes behind? We were supposed to start this event 10 minutes ago. And that's from the updated version. Supposed to start it almost 27 minutes ago. So... Yeah. Yeah. We're going to take a break until they're done with runouts. Alright, finally getting started with heat number 1, the 100-meter hurdles. Alyssa Wallenstein, still your favorite, same as earlier. Reed Custer, 15:39 season best. I'm looking like the bubble time's probably going to be around 15.5, give or take. I think we're doing final runouts right now, and then we're going to get started. Let's do a field event update. I haven't done that in a while. High jump looks like we're done with flight 2, and we're on flight 3. Currently 9 girls in at 5.2, and we just started flight number 3. Where any no heights that I need to be aware of? I don't think there are any no heights, no. That are any notable no heights. Yeah, it's gonna be heat number 1 of the 100-meter hurdles here. They're in their blocks, and here they come. That looks to be Reed Custer way out in front. So long as she doesn't trip on this last hurdle, she is going to be home free with a win. 15 low. Wallenstein, 15:34, new PR for her. Small tailwind, nothing crazy, but really solid stuff from there. Let's keep going with the field events. Addie Lehman and Alexis Punsalan have finally come in at 10.2. They are both over in their first attempt. And there are currently several girls who are still attempting 9.10. So, not exactly sure what the cutoff is going to be. Girls triple jump. Your leader is currently Diana Huerta with the 36.2. Grace Grothaus, 35.11. There's about 18 million people at 35 feet 2 inches, so that should make for a pretty interesting final. Girls shot put and girls discus is finally getting going. Zion Young is leading with a 43.10 over Michaela Gajewski in 43.5. Addison Johnson 40 feet 9, which is a PR for her. And then Addison Lusht 39 even for 4th. Cutoff for that one is currently 35.10. In the discus, we are just getting started here with flight number 2, I believe. Or no, we are just getting done with flight number 2, so they will be starting flight number 3 here shortly. But here comes heat number 2 of the 100-meter hurdles. We've got Ava Williams, Chicago Wolcott, Emma Drake, Sullivan, Allie Keelman, Shabona Indian Creek, Elena Mitchell of Mercer County, Addie Patterson of Sullivan, Maren Ferguson of Prairie City, Zoe Tuttle of Robinson, Emily Vaughn of Fairfield, and Sloan Noble of Pleasant Plains. Your top seed is Addie Patterson of Sullivan with a 15:36. And then Maren Ferguson is next in at 15:47. Both of them are freshmen, and both of them will probably make the final if they run a solid time here. And here we go. That looks to be lane number 5. That's Addie Patterson with Ferguson on her inside. And it's going to be close, but that looks like lane 5. Addie Patterson just barely taking it over Maren Ferguson, 15:31 to 15:34. And the 2 freshmen are likely going to move on to the final. Oh.
All the 100 to the 10, 100 dash to the 10.
Here comes heat number 3. We got Shiloh Leonard of Chicago DuSable, Jacqueline Grunlow of Colfax Ridgeview, Chloe Kunz of Sherrard, Kaylee Cogdell of El Paso Gridley, Lily Bosnick of Peru St. Bede, Josie Trosson of Downs Tri-Valley, Allison Mitchell of Henry Senequine, Haley Johnson of Paxton Buckley Loda, and Savannah Streeter of Orion. Lily Bosnick is your top seed with a season best of 1488, and then you got Josie Trosson of Downs Tri-Valley, seeded second at 1519. Bosnick is a senior. Trosson is another freshman. Bosnick likely going to get a heat win here. If I had to put money on it, I would. Are we still going at high jump? Oh, yeah, we are. We're on flight number 3 for high jump. Yeah, like I said, cutoff's currently 5.2.25. And we have another person who is perfect through all 3 attempts. That would be Jillian Anderson of Amboy, I believe, from flight number 2. Or, wait, is that true? Flight number 2, yeah. Oh, sorry, Chloe Taylor of Casey Westfield is currently perfect through 5.2.25. Here comes heat number 2. That's Bosnick out to an early lead, but she has company from Josie Trosson. Trosson about to take it, but Bosnick's alive, and Bosnick's going to take it up the line by just a smidgen. 15 flat over Josie Trosson in 15:04. That is a great race from the Downs Tri-Valley freshman. She drops almost 0.15 off her season best to take second there. And the bubble time now moves to 15.87 with 2 heats to go. Heat number 4, we got Caden Barriger of Breese Matter Day, Gwen Murphy of Trenton Westglen, Zoe Milder of Morrison, Aubrey Herkels of Tremont, McKenna Van Tilburg of Wilmington, Kaylin Kress of Hillsboro, Dionysa Cantu of Stillman Valley, Lily Pfeiffer of Seneca, and Kylie Nordmeyer of Clifton Central. The top seed is McKenna Van Tilburg with a PR of 14:47, which she ran this year. She is arguably the favorite for the state title. It'll be between her and Lily Bosnick for the win. And your second seed is Kaylin Kress of Hillsboro, who will be in lane 6. Familiar name might be Zoe Milder of Morrison. Her older brothers are Levi and I believe it was Brady Milder. No, that's not right. Levi Milder, and then there was another one who graduated last year, but those are 2 elite sprinters from Morrison High School, who we will see next week at the 1A State meet. They run at their sectional meet today, I believe. Which I am actually going to pull that up because I think that's happening today. I'm not entirely certain on that. Oh no, they had their sectional yesterday. They ran some really strong hurdle time or really strong relay times. 42:29 in the 4x1, which is a huge 1A number 1, and 1:27:54 in the 4x2, which is just deviously fast. Anyways, Van Tilburg out to an early lead. She looks like she's going to put this away pretty quickly here. Van Tilburg has almost 10 meters on everybody right now. 14 seconds on the clock. She'll be way under 15. Nope, 15:02. But a big Q nonetheless from McKenna Van Tilburg.
Her automatic win at 15. Kress at 16:02, a full second behind. And 16:17 to Milder of Morrison.
As we move to heat number 5, we are starting to run into a bit of a headwind here. That was minus 0.5 meters per second against the runners. So That's certainly interesting. They're not going to flip the track with the heat to go, but I mean the flag is moving east to west, so who knows? I guess.
The record is 13.97.
There are only 3 athletes in this final heat. Just kind of just kidding. Everybody's doing runouts and I just don't have eyes. Heat number 5, we got Maggie Needbalski of Pinckneyville, Kaylee Delheimer of Flanagan Cornell, Macy Peterson of Winchester, Brianna Harms of Washburn Low Point, Jillian Hammer of Oregon, Bella Ordner of Totopolis, and Vanessa Sides of Fisher, Agnes Genenbacher of Camp Point Central, and Caitlin Barrowman of Pleasant Hill. Your top seed is Jillian Hammer of Oregon with a 15:01, and then we got Bella Ordner, who's coming in behind from Totopolis with a 15:39. Athletes are getting into their blocks now. Bella Ordner from Totopolis is another freshman that is driving this Totopolis 4x1 forward. I believe she is one of those key legs there. Here they go. Looks like Ordner actually got out of the blocks there the best, but Jillian Hammer putting the hammer down has now taken the lead. And she is going to be home in a big win. That should be 14 seconds there for Jillian Hammer. 14:78. Big PR there for her. Plus 1.9 on the wind meter, but it's also going east to west. 15:45 there for Bella Ordner. Should get her into the final with no problem. Your bubble time ended up being 15.86. Your qualifiers include Jillian Hammer, Lily Bosnick, McKenna Van Tilburg, Addie Patterson, and Alyssa Wallenstein all taking heat wins. And then you got Josie Trosson, Marin Ferguson, Bella Ordner, and Natalie Thomason taking the final 4 spots. They're going to take the hurdles off as we get started with the 100. They're going to do run-throughs for everybody, and then we will come back. So we're going to take another break. Let's meet the field for our first heat of the 100-meter dash. We got Addison Lucht of Milford, Sanya Hiobi of Rockford Christian, Nevaeh Scott of Bismarck Henning Rossville, Austin McDowell of Robinson, Madison Yazel of Moreau Forsyth, Elena Allen of Sterling Newman Central Catholic, Hannah Scott of O'Fallon First Baptist Academy, and Sophia Watkins of Hillsborough. We saw Austin McDowell earlier today in the 4x1 take a huge win from behind in the final leg. Really solid race from her. But Madison Yazel is also a really solid runner to watch out for here. She ran 12:10 recently and could definitely take the win here on a good day. And here they go. McDowell's out of the blocks the best, but Yazel is coming back here at the end. It's going to be McDowell. Might have been just under 12 there. 12:15, pretty close. Madison Yazel 12:29. It's going to be close for Madison Yazel going into the final. I'm not exactly sure what the bubble is going to be. The top 9 currently is 12:37, but you also see a lot of crazy stuff here at state meet, so we should never assume that they're good until the race is over. Here comes heat number 2. We got Ella Roberts of Somonauk, Aleda Bennett of Lebanon, Michaela Riadi of Astoria, Aubrey Crispin of Athens, Reese Honey of Effingham St. Anthony, Abby Armstrong of Flanagan Cornell, Katarina Huzenga of Mount Carroll, West Carroll, LaKyla Walker of Chicago Providence St. Mel. Top seed is Reese Honey. Oh, no, it's not. It's Aubrey Crispin of Athens with a 12:28, and then Reese Honey is in second with a 12:30. Reese Honey is a 400 runner who is expected to actually win the 400 this weekend. She's a 57 for 400 runner, and she can also get under 25 seconds in 200. So we should see some pretty good stuff there from her. In the last heat, it looked like Madison Yazel did not get out of the blocks like she wanted to. So I think if there's a good block start underneath her, she could run a lot faster. Because she was gaining on McDowell there at the end. It's going to be pretty close, though. She was 10th in both of her individual events last year, in the 100 and 200, which is one spot off of finals. So she will be looking to get back into the finals in both events today. The second heat just now getting into their blocks. Here we go. That is a great start from Reese Honey, who is walking away with this. Oh my goodness. Reese Honey just demolished that field. She might get under 12 seconds here. 12:21 for Reese Haney of St. Anthony over Aubrey Crispin in 12:78. That was a great start from Reese Honey. Absolutely blasted out of the blocks there and pretty much won the race right then and there. So really good stuff. Bubble time looking like 12:68 through 2 heats. As we enter heat number 3. Number 3, we got Lily Bosnick of Peru St. Bede, Marley Hayton of Marshall, Taylor Frawley of Henry Senequine, Jada Reed of El Paso Gridley, Reagan Campbell of Riverton, Gia Swearengren of Stark County, Lila Coleman of Seneca, and Alexis Winstead of Farmer City Blue Ridge. I believe Jada Reed is the returning state champion in this event, if I'm not mistaken. 12:09 is her seed time. which I believe, or sorry, 12:18 is her seed time. Last year she was the runner-up, runner-up to Emma Randecker from West Carroll, but she could absolutely walk away with a win here if she's on her A game today. Oh, excuse me. She will be in lane number 5. And here they go. That is Jada Reed out in front. It looks like Jada Reed's going to lock this away and take home a big Q. Just a little bit over 12:28 there for Jada Reed. Another great block start and another big Q. Really solid race there from Jada Reed. That looked like a little too easy, I would say. Like, that looked very smooth. I almost kind of wonder if she let off the gas there at the end. 12:28 is a great time for her, though, so really solid stuff. Let's look at what's the bubble time today. Or bubble time for this. Bubble time is 12:68 through heat number 3. Heat number 4, we got Naomi Watkins of Chicago Phillips, Madison Trainer of Ottawa Marquette, Lucy Gargani of Rockford Christian, Bree Schneiderman of Forston, Stella Shackman of Newton, Kai Kahn of Chicago Christian, Paisley Williams of Newman Central Catholic, and Reese Cooper of Pinckneyville. Bree Schneiderman is the favorite here. Her PR of 12:05 would be one of the better PRs in this field, but she's only run 12:21 this season. Stella Shackman of Newton is 12:32. She is your second seed. It'll be those two up front competing for the win. Schneiderman in lane 5 and Shackman in lane 6. Looks like Schneiderman out to an early lead. Lucy Gargani is up there, but it's going to be, oh man, Schneiderman with a close one over Shackman, 12:35 to 12:41. Shackman currently under the bubble, so is Lucy Gargani, but we got 2 more heats to go, so we will see if that holds up.
Rockford Christian, and that's a personal best for Lucy. Following Williams, Trainer, Kahn, Watkins, and Cooper. All the 800.
Bubble time now, 12:44. Heat number 5, we got Marin Ferguson of Bushnell Prairie City, Amijah Riggleman of Villa Grove, McKenna Van Tilburg of Wilmington, Addie Foss of Camp Point Central, Diana Huerta of Beardstown, Lana Kress of Litchfield, Nevaeh Cunningham of Manito Midwest Central, and Joella Eggemeyer of Chester. Your top seed is Addie Foss with a seed time of 12:10. She has ran pretty well this season. I want to say she's like 1A number 4 or 5, and she will likely get the win unless McKenna Van Tilburg pulls out a really great race. Van Tilburg seated at 12:30 and could take the win here if she gets out of the blocks really solid. It looks like we're getting to the end of flight 3 of the high jump. And there are currently 9 girls still in, with a couple of people trying to get up into this final. So they're moving to 1.55 meters. The cutoff's currently 1.58. Or sorry, they're at 1.5 right now. And here we go. That is lane number 3, actually. Lane number 4. That's Van Tilburg with a 12:46 and a big Q over Addie Foss. Bit of a headwind there, but Van Tilburg is going to take the big Q, and Addie Foss is not going to qualify to the final. Really solid heat win there from Van Tilburg. It's kind of shocking. Knocking Addie Foss out of the final is McKenna Van Tilburg, who we saw earlier in the hurdles with a really solid 15:04. This will be the final heat number 6. Bubble time still 12:44. We have, let's see, Marin Ferguson, or sorry, that's not true. Ava B. of Athens, Letitia Conda of Beardstown, Daniela Bumper of Henry Santaquine, Isabella Niebergy of Totopolis, Gabrielle Totten of Bethany Okaw Valley, Emma Eiley of Totopolis, and Taylor Lowry of Pittsfield. Your top seed is Isabella Niebergy in lane 5. Her PR of 12:06 is the top time in 1A this season. And then you got Daniela Bumber as well, 12:34 PR, and she was an all-stater last year. However, one of them is going to have to go under 12:44 to make this final because they cannot both win the heat. So it's going to need to be a pretty fast performance if either Daniela Bumber or Niebergy want to make the final. I think one of those two is probably going to get the win, but they're going to have to do it in pretty good fashion. And here we go. Good start there from the middle. That's Niebergy of Totopolis. And Emma Eiley of Totopolis on the outside. Bumber in second. I don't know if that's going to cut it. 12:71 for Bumber. She will not make the final. Niebergy takes the big Q with a 12:34. But Daniela Bumber is going to miss out on this year's final of the 100-meter dash, which is a returning all-stater out of the event. All right, so our finalists for the 100 are Austin McDowell of Robinson, Reese Honey of St. Anthony, Jada Reed of El Paso Gridley, Isabella Niebergy of Totopolis, and Bree Schneiderman of Forston, and McKenna Van Tilburg of Wilmington, all taking big Qs. And then Madison Yazel of Moreau Forsyth, Stella Shackman of Newton, and Lucy Gargani of Rockford Christian on the next 3 best individual times. So pretty solid stuff there from that group of girls. I was pretty impressed with Jada Reed. I thought that her race looked very, very smooth. It was a bit of a rough start from Niebergy there. She did come back there at the end, but I think the winner, whoever gets out of the blocks best, is probably going to win because all of them looked about the same as far as top end speed goes. So, and the person who looked the best out of the blocks today was Reese Honey. So it's going to be pretty close tomorrow. I mean, the 100's always close, so I really know what I'm talking about, but yeah, it's. I think Reese Honey has a chance to win the 100 tomorrow, which would be pretty insane if she was able to win the 100, 200, and 400 this weekend, and probably be a top 3 in the long jump. So we are going to move to the girls 800 heat number 1. We got Adelie Wilson of Nashville, Audrey Dickinson of Glassford, Illini Bluffs, Lily Tucker of New Athens, Adrian Quester of Totopolis, Carrie Ann Miller of Springfield Lutheran, Chloe Miller-Dryby of Colum Tri-Point, Heaven Miller of El Paso Gridley, Brooklyn Meyer of Okawville, Lila Grindy of Lena Winslow, Tenley Patterson of Forreston, Maya Freese of Strasburg Stewardson, and Hadley Douglas of Norris City, Omaha Enfi, and Sylvie Gibbs of Carlinville. The favorite in this heat is Audrey Dickinson with a 2:17, but Adelie Wilson has also run 2:18.8. And Haven Miller is a sub 220 as well. This is going to be pretty much anyone's game. Looks like Brooklyn Meyer is out on the stagger. She looks pretty strong up top, but that's Dickinson on the inside, who's in second. I'm not seeing EPG any. Oh, El Paso Gridley in third. But it looks like, oh no, that is Adelie Wilson of Nashville leading through 200. With Audrey Dickinson in second. Haven Miller of El Paso Gridley currently in third, kind of just chilling. She's about to be overtaken by, I believe that is Carrie Ann of Springfield Lutheran. But Adelie Wilson of Nashville through 466 seconds. Audrey Dickinson threw in 67. We are moving here through the 400. Brooklyn Meyer of Okawville is currently tailing Audrey Dickinson with Haven Miller in fourth. Audrey Dickinson now moving up on Adelie Wilson. Looks like she's about to make her move. She's right on her hip and she's about to go past. There she goes. Audrey Dickinson in the lead with 200 meters to go. We got Adelie Wilson in second and Brooklyn Meyer still in third. We are really just, there's no patience at all. We are just ready to rip today. This is a fast race for Dickinson and Wilson. They're going to hit the final 100 here. Dickinson looks calm. Wilson is going to need another gear if she wants to win this, and it doesn't look like she has it. Audrey Dickinson is going to take this all the way home. 2:09 on the clock with 40 meters to go. She is going to drop a huge PR here in the prelims. 2:15 for the win by Audrey Dickinson. What a race from the freshman. Adelie Wilson also dropping a PR of 2:17 with Lily Tucker and Brooklyn Meyer in third and fourth. Really good race there from Audrey Dickinson. I was impressed with that a lot. Adelie Wilson had no fear going out that fast at all, but Dickinson was nice and patient, waited until about 300 to go to make her move, and then she had another gear there at the end. It's a really impressive race. This event coming into it didn't really have a favorite per se, but I would say after that, I think Audrey Dickinson might be the favorite. Now, granted, we still have two more heats. Bubble time is currently 2:27, but it's also been one heat. So we will have to see where the rest of this leads. This next heat has Aubrey Denning of Effingham St. Anthony. She has a PR of 2:12, but a season best of 2:20. So we will see how that goes today. I would expect her to make the final at the very least, but tomorrow is going to be somewhat of a toss-up for her. Then we got Jillian Murray of Port Byron Riverdale, Anna Churchill of Sherrard, Emily Downing of Cambridge, Emery Sager of Fairfield, Taylor Wells of Fithian Oakwood, Cameron Anderson of Kewanee Weathersfield, Emily King of Knoxville, Sarah Link of Erie Prophetstown, Brooklyn Clark of Aledo Mercer County, and Celeste Richards of Piatone. Oh, and Cadence Schneeman of Urbana University. So the girl to watch here is Emily Downing. She ran earlier today in the 4x8 and split, I believe, a 2:18, which is an all-time PR for her. So this could be a very interesting race from her. I do think you should keep your eyes on Aubrey Denning. Aubrey Denning is extremely solid runner no matter if she's on her A game or not. Season best of 220 is still going to probably make the final today. So here we go. That is going to be Denning is out on the stagger. She takes the lead early. And I'm not sure who's on the inside. I think we're having trouble with the timer, which is really, really awesome. Believe that's Murray of Port Byron on the inside, but Denning is out in front. She really does not care about taking the lead here. We're going to come through 200 in I don't know how many seconds because this timer didn't start the clock. So I guess that's, gosh, this is not going to go well. Denning has a pretty solid lead here. I'm not sure. I think that's Anna Churchill in second. Emily Downing is in third. But we saw her kick pretty hard earlier today. So that shouldn't be that big of a deal. Aubrey Denning leading through 400. She has about 10 meters on the rest of the field. Emily Downing is now in second. But Aubrey Denning is walking away right now. Denning has another about 5 meters on the group, but Emily Downing is there. We only have 200 meters to go, so it's going to be quite a surge from Aubrey Denning to get this moving here. Timer is still incorrect here. It looks like Downing might get caught here. That looks like Jillian Murray of Port Byron Riverdale. Nope, that's Anna Churchill of Sherrard and Emily Downing of Cambridge as well, going past Aubrey Denning. 2:18 for all of them. Under 2:20 though for sure. 2:18 for Anna Sherrard. Ignore the splits because they're incorrect. And then Downing under 2:20 as well, and Aubrey Denning getting under 2:20 for the first time this season. And then Emily King as well, sub 2:20 for the Knoxville senior. I wish that the timer would have put the clock on for that race because I wanted to see what they came through 400 because Aubrey Denning did not look like she was messing around. That last 100 looked a little painful, but she had absolutely no problem going out super fast there. So really good race from her. Heat number 3 of the girls 800. We got Michaela Chambers of Dwight, Cheyenne Smith of Toulon-Star County, Millie Schumacher of Jacksonville Route, Jessica Henderson of Tremont, Bethany Sennett of Princeville, Paisley Van Zweden of Fulton, Anya Anaya of Oregon, Heldon Baldwin of Mercer County, Gracie Van Hoof of Downstream Valley, and Leighton Warshaw of Litchfield. Your top seed is Michaela Chambers with a season best of 2:17.9, but Cheyenne Smith has run 2:16, as has Millie Schumacher. Schumacher and Cheyenne Smith are two of the only people to break 2:16 in 1A besides Aubrey Denning. But Michaela Chambers has been better as of late, so we will see how this goes. We saw Cheyenne Smith earlier today in the 4x8, where she was smooth through with a 2:23. Looks like Cheyenne Smith on the inside and Millie Schumacher on the outside taking the lead here. But oh my goodness, Cheyenne Smith is going to knock it out of the park through the first 100 meters. And that looks like Chambers and Schumacher working to get back up into the top 3. They're through 200 meters in 33 seconds. Cheyenne Smith with a small lead over Millie Schumacher.
As they come around, here comes Tassamau.
Schumacher about to take it from Cheyenne Smith here. Yeah, there goes Millie Schumacher. She runs 2:16 so far this season. And they are out really fast. 65 seconds through the quarter. 66, excuse me. Cheyenne Smith and Michaela Chambers in tow, with Jessica Henderson in fourth. Millie Schumacher really hammering it out hard here. This is a risky play. It's the prelims. You often want to try and go at least a little bit slower or more conservative. But I guess that's not the plan here. Cheyenne Smith is going to use that. She's about to take back the lead with 250 meters to go. She's currently just sitting on Schumacher's hip. 200 to go with 1:42 on the clock. Cheyenne Smith's trying to take the lead, but Schumacher continues to surge. It is hip to hip right now. This is going to be a great finish. Cheyenne Smith looks like she wants to go wide, but Millie Schumacher has another gear. This is going to be a very close finish here. Schumacher holding on for dear life right now, and it looks like Cheyenne Smith does not have enough to grab her, and this is going to be a fast race. 2:16 for both. 2:16.31 for Schumacher, 2:16.72 for Cheyenne Smith, and then Michaela Chambers in 2:20 with Jessica Henderson, who will both likely make the final here.
Posts the best time in the state so far in state series with a 2:16.31. So let's look at the qualifiers for the
Here are your qualifiers
Saturday.
for the 1:800. We got Audrey Dickinson, Millie Schumacher, and Anna Churchill all taking big cues. And then you got Cheyenne Smith, Adelie Wilson, Emily Downing, Aubrey Denning, Emily King, Michaela Chambers, Jessica Henderson, Lily Tucker, and Brooklyn Meyer are the next 9 fastest times today. That was a great finish there in that final heat. Schumacher just barely holding on for dear life there. But we are going to move to the 4x2. Hold on one second. Oh, I thought YouTube was still playing on my phone. 4x2 is next up. We got Heat 1. We got Milledgeville, Fairfield, Kankakee, McNamara, Camp Point Central, New Berlin, Sherrard, Litchfield, and Monmouth United. We're going to take a break before they start. We'll be right back. We're about to get started here with the 4x2s, but we'll do a quick update from the field. Michaela Gajewski of Nashville is currently leading the discus with a 131. The expected favorite, Emma Witzel, threw 104 on her first attempt just to get on the board, I believe. She will likely improve that as we move on throughout the day. Girls triple jump looks like it's just about wrapped up here. Cutoff being 33.9. And then the pole vault is officially done. Looks like if you were over 3 meters, you are making it to the finals. So, high jump has been going on for the last hour and a half. And I think we have 9 left at 5.2. I don't believe there are any notable misses from the final, at least from my brief glance at... Oh no, Ainsley Johnson of Springfield Lutheran, who has a PB of 5'6", missed out on the final there. But just about everybody else is in for Saturday. The 4x2s are about to start, though. We can talk about that. We got Milledgeville Heat 2, or Lane 2, we got Milledgeville. Lane 3, we got Fairfield. Lane 4, Kankakee McNamara. Lane 5, Camp Point Central. Lane 6, New Berlin. Lane 7, Sherrard. Lane 8, Litchfield. And Lane 9, Monmouth. Your top seed is Camp Point Central with a 146.65. And New Berlin seeded second with a 146.95. Camp Point Central unfortunately got disqualified in the 4x1, so this will be somewhat of a redemption event for them. Again, Addie Foss on anchor leg is an extremely good thing to have. She is, I believe, a PR below 26 seconds, so she's going to be pretty good here. They are getting ready to start here, but they have not yet entered their blocks. Once again, we are a little behind schedule, but we are around halfway done here. Heat number 1 getting into the blocks now. Just a reminder, we'll be here again tomorrow for 2A and 3A. And we will have another commentator with me, Brody Peterson, who's an intern here at Illinois Running News. They are out of the blocks, pretty even across the board. If anyone has a lead, it's lane number 3, Kankakee McNamara. But it's, really, really even. Lane number 7 at the very end is starting to pull away. That's Sherrard. Excuse me. Camp Point Central with lane 5, they were in front, and they are now eating up a pretty big stagger here. That is McNamara. Kankakee McNamara is currently in the lead, but it is really, really close between them and Camp Point Central. Good handoff from Camp Point, but they are really far behind. It is going to take quite the anchor leg. Kankakee McNamara just looks incredible right now. But lane 6, New Berlin, has made a pretty considerable ground here. But here comes Camp Point. They're starting to draw back as we enter the final handoff. Clean handoffs all around. And it's going to be Kankakee McNamara and Camp Point Central. Camp Point Central has Addie Foss in the anchor, and it looks like she's going to draw back here. But Kankakee McNamara holding strong. Here comes Addie Foss. It's going to be down to the line. really close. Kankakee McNamara takes it. Holy cow. 146-18 to 146-31. Camp Point Central almost came back there at the end, but just barely missed it. Season best nonetheless. New Berlin, 146-82. That's a season best for them. And Sherrard, sub 147. Really great start to the 4x2. This is, in my opinion, one of the most entertaining events in track and field. A lot of people really don't like the outdoor 4x2. But I can't imagine a better event. I really, really enjoy how you can't tell who's winning until the very end. I think that's one of the coolest aspects. It's a lot of confusion, and I think that makes it really interesting. Anyways, heat number 2. We got Wilmette, Regina, Dominican, Rova, Williamsfield, Sullivan, Pleasant Plains, Fulton, Winnebago, Astoria, Knoxville, and Kewanee, Wethersfield. Your top seed is, I believe, Fulton, who is 146-36. They are 1A number 5, I think. Almost all of the top 10 times in 1A for the 4x2 got ran at sectionals. So I believe they're 1A number 5, but I'm not positive on that. But Winnebago is another team to watch out for. They ran great in the 4x1 earlier today, so their sprints are clearly hot and could very well take the win out of Fulton's hands. Like we just saw from Kankakee McNamara, swiping it from Camp Point Central. And they were not expected to do that, so. Pleasant Plains is not a team you should sleep on either. That's a team that, they are defending state champs in the 4x4. And the 4x4 and the 4x2 typically go hand in hand to a certain extent. When your 4x4 is fueled by distance runners, it's a little bit different, but you can usually get a pretty good 4x2 going if you have a pretty good 4x4. That's usually the rule of thumb anyways. And here they go. Heat number 2 here, pretty even out of the blocks. If anyone is ahead, it's lane 1, Regina Dominican. But it's pretty even. Pleasant Plains has a small lead on Fulton, but not by very much. Winnebago right there at the end starting to pull ahead. Great handoff from Winnebago. And Winnebago's going to take that all day, every day. Winnebago absolutely eating up the stagger. It's currently Winnebago and Knoxville. But Winnebago is crushing it right now. Pretty good handoff from Winnebago. Again, Knoxville with a solid handoff as well, but this is all Winnebago. Winnebago is way out in front. Fulton is going to need to have a pretty solid anchor leg if they want to come back from this. Because Winnebago already has the lead, and they're out in lane 7. So I guess there is one more stagger for Fulton to try and get. But another good handoff for Winnebago. They hand off just in front of Fulton, but Fulton's anchor leg is flying right now. But I don't know if she's going to catch him. I think Winnebago's going to take this all the way home. And as they come up the home straight, oh, here comes Fulton. A final surge from Fulton. But it's going to be Winnebago all the way home. 142, 143. That's going to be a 145 from Winnebago. Huge season best over Fulton in 146. And that's a big Q for Winnebago. I believe 145 is the next best time in 1A right now, behind Lena Winslow, who we will see
400s
really
to the
shortly.
10, 400s to the 10.
Let's go to heat number 3.
In lane 1, the lead Spartans.
We've got Whitehall North Green, Moweaqua Central A&M, Taylor Ridge, Rock Ridge, Stillman Valley, Port Byron Riverdale, Newman Central Catholic, Robinson, Downs Tri-Valley, and Caitlin Salt Fork. Your top seed is Port Byron Riverdale. They ran 145.9 at their sectional meet. But we did see Newman Central Catholic dominate in the 4x1 earlier today. And as we just saw with Winnebago, if the 4x1 is any indicator of a good 4x2, then it looks like Newman Central Catholic is in for a pretty good heat win here. Runners are getting to their exchange zones now. I think they sent heats 3 through 5 out. Not really sure why they don't just send everybody out, but who knows? We're moving pretty slow here today. Excuse me. They're getting into their blocks now. Excuse me. Let's do another update from the field. Let's go to discus. We're almost done here with flight number 3. Michaela Gajewski is your leader. Emma Whitsill currently in 3rd, which is your favorite. She's about to take her final attempt. All-state cutoff, or finals cutoff, is currently 117.04. Oh, I guess they weren't getting into their blocks. They're now getting into their blocks for heat number 3. On her final attempt of the prelim, Emma Whitsill throws 129.11 to move into 2nd over Reagan McLaughlin of Panna. Out of the blocks, looks like Port Byron is the strongest, which is the first time we've seen a team be distinctively better than anyone else on the first leg. They have eaten up the stagger on Sterling Newman Central Catholic pretty easily. Really good handoff from Port Byron as well. Newman Central Catholic is holding it there, though. And now Newman Central Catholic starting to take it back from Port Byron, but they are in lane 5, so they're going to have a lot of work to do as they are on the outside. These handoffs make a very big difference. It's going to be Port Byron in lane 9, Caitlin Saltfork out in front. Not a great handoff from Newman Central Catholic. That is going to cost them big time, but their runners are incredible. Newman Central Catholic has eaten it up in the running portion, and it's going to be down to this very last leg. Good handoff from Port Byron. Newman Central Catholic again with a less than ideal handoff. It looks like Port Byron's going to take it all the way home. Port Byron up the home straight. Newman Central Catholic is going to try and pull back with a final surge. She's going to do it. That's Newman Central Catholic taking the lead back from Port Byron Riverdale. What a hawk down. 145.92 for Newman Central Catholic. Port Byron Riverdale 146.43 in an insane finish from the Newman Central Catholic anchor leg. That team could run 144 really easily. All we got to do is get some handoffs under us. That team looks really, really strong. That was probably the fastest team we've seen so far. The only thing they're missing is clean, smooth handoffs. I mean, that is it. Port Byron crushed them on every single handoff, and they still won. So, incredible race there from Newman Central Catholic. And we will move to heat number 4. We got Chicago Phillips, Newton, Bismarck, Henning, Rossville, Trenton, Westglen, Oregon, El Paso Gridley, Lyle, Chicago Christian, and Christopher. El Paso Gridley are your returning state champs with a 141 from last year, but they have only run 147 so far this season. Oregon is the top seed with a 145.73, which is 1A number 2, I believe. Yeah, number 2, because Lena Winslow is after this, and they are the top seed with a 143, and they're expected to crush everybody. So, I'm kind of interested to see what El Paso Gridley can do here. They've got Jada Reed, who's a really good short sprinter, but I mean, they should be able to run faster than a 147 based on how their 4x1 went today. So, I guess that remains to be seen. We will see, but. We will be right back with the start of heat number 4. The runners are getting into their blocks here. And here they go. Not a huge tell out of the blocks. If anyone has the lead, it's El Paso Gridley. And that is, yeah, it's going to be El Paso Gridley here. El Paso Gridley has a pretty solid first leg. They're going to eat up the stagger on lane 6, which is Lyle. And that's El Paso Gridley still leading. This is Jada Reed on the second leg. And she's about to put them way in the lead. Jada Reed just blew the doors off of this race. A good handoff and they're home free. Yeah, they're way home free. This is not going to be close. Oregon is going to have one of the most incredible anchor legs I've ever seen in order to pull this off because El Paso Gridley has walked away with this. That being said, Oregon is pulling back a little bit. Oregon's pulling back a lot bit. Really good leg from Oregon. Holy cow! What? And Oregon is in front. Oregon's way in front. What just happened? Where did the lead go? Oregon is now blazing up the home straight with about a 10-meter gap on El Paso Gridley. All from the third leg. Holy smokes. And El Paso Gridley's going to pull back just a little bit, but Oregon just walked away. 142, 143. 144.94 for Oregon and El Paso Gridley in 145.89. That was a great race. I thought that it was over. For sure. Jada Reed put them so far in front. And then Oregon just fished them back in. That was incredible. That was a great, great race. We have one heat to go. Our bubble time is 146.43. And the favorites for this event are in here. Lena Winslow, They took 5th last year, and they returned every single runner from that relay. They have a really good group of young girls that can run like 59 seconds in the 400 and like 25 seconds in the 200. So they are looking pretty incredible this year. Number 5, we got Pinckneyville, Arthur Lovington Atwood, Madison, Henry Sanaquine, Lena Winslow, Bloomington Central Catholic, Dwight, Erie Prophetstown, and Tremont. I believe Henry Sanaquine and Bloomington Central Catholic will be the teams to challenge Lena Winslow. Both teams have run 147 so far this year, but it will be likely all Lena Winslow here. We're going to take a break and tell the athletes into their blocks. The athletes are entering their blocks now. And here we go. Looks pretty even. Lena in lane 5. There's really not much of a lead. If anything, Dwight is out in front. That's Dwight in lane 7. But a fantastic handoff from Lena. And they're on to the second leg, and holy cow. Lena Winslow is going to just walk away in the second leg. really, really strong here. I don't know if there's any beating this team. They're about to take the lead here going into the second leg. Another beautiful handoff. And here they go. Oh, wow. Huge lead for Lena Winslow. That is at least 20 meters on the rest of the field, and they are completely by themselves. Absolutely solo. Huge gap on the rest of the field. Dwight is moving up, but they're not going to catch him. This is all Lena Winslow. Fourth leg here. Watch the handoff. Oh, boy. Really close to the exchange zone, but they get it done, and their lead is just way too big. You're not beating this. This is unbelievable. Watch the clock here because Lena Winslow is about to blaze a really fast time. 1:35 on the clock with about 80 meters to go. 140, 141, 142, 143 high, 143.96. Coke, butter, cheese. Easy win there for Lena Winslow. They just made a huge statement saying, yeah, we're the best team here. What you know about it. That was a great race. Really impressive from Lena Winslow. So your qualifiers are Lena Winslow, Oregon, Winnebago, Newman Central Catholic, and Kankakee McNamara taking their heat wins, and then El Paso Gridley, Fulton, Camp Point Central, and Port Byron Riverdale are the next best relays by time. Almost every single team here set a season best today. State meet magic, I guess. Really good 4x2 today. We are going to move on to the 400. Heat number 1, we got Ariana Miller-Brown of Farmer City Blue Ridge, Chloe Cotter of Clifton Central, Isabella Dixon of Braidwood Reed Custer, Elise House of Manlius Barrow Valley, Bree Schneiderman of Forreston, Reese Myers of Winnetka North Shore Country Days, Maddie Althouse of Amboy, and Madeline Haran of Wilmette Regina Dominican. Your top seed is Bree Schneiderman of Forreston, but Reese Myers has the fastest PR in the field of 57.94. I believe she's a returning All-Stater. But Schneiderman had a pretty good 100 earlier in the day, so we should see a good race out of both of those two. Looks like they're going to get started here pretty soon. And the runners are entering their blocks. Sorry, if you see me checking my phone, I'm going through sectional results right now because a couple of them have started field events already. And I just figured, you know, why not just check and see if anything else has happened. But here we go. Out of the blocks, she's not really a clear leader. If anyone's out in front, it's Schneiderman of Forreston. Who, yeah, that's Schneiderman of Forreston. Or sorry, that's Elise House of Barrow Valley, who just took an early lead here at 200. Schneiderman is right there, as is Myers. Reese Myers now on the corner looking to take it back, but that is Elise House of Barrow Valley with a really strong first 300 meters. She's holding on hard, and it looks like Bree Schneiderman's going to take second, but that's all Elise House. What a race from Elise House. 58 even? 58-14. Great race. Bree Schneiderman, 58.67 for second. That's a PR for her. And then Reese Myers with the season best for third. By the way, small update from the boys sectional meet. Looks like a new Illinois number 21 from Andre Konstantinidis of Stevenson, 23-1 in the long jump. It's crazy to say that 23 feet is an Illinois number 21 mark. Usually that's probably going to get you all state, but that is the year that we are living in. So that is the current top mark in the long jump at the Stevenson sectional. Triple and high jump should be getting underway here pretty soon. Well, high jump has started, but they're only at 5'10". The notable name there is Jaden Jean Paul and Joshua Dappin, and neither one of them have come in yet. So, yeah, so those field events have started, and then the Hoffman Estates field events have also started. There aren't too many people in the Hoffman Estates sectional to keep your eye on, but yeah, Micah Rotter in the high jump is probably going to be pretty solid. Shea Lewis in the shot put, he'll be getting going here soon, and then Armand Lepizanovic in the long jump. They're going to stand up heat 2 of this 400. It looks like lane 3 is still adjusting their blocks, which is good because that gives me time to read off who's in this heat. We got Kaylee Wolf of Okawville, Annalise Sherman of Greenview, Millie Schumacher of Jacksonville Route, Daniela Bumber of Henry Senackwine, Austin McDowell of Robinson, Michaela Evans of Gibson City, Melvin something. Not sure, but that's a pretty prominent 1A school. Savannah Jers of Harvest Christian Academy and Chloe Miller-Dryby of Cullum Tri-Point. Your top seed is Daniela Bumber, who is a favorite to win the state title. She has a PR of 55.84 and a season best of 57.14. Apparently, she was all-state last year on a stress fracture, and she ran 57 seconds. That's pretty incredible. So she has a pretty good shot at winning the 400 this year. Her best competition is Reese Honey, who we will see later in the day. Millie Schumacher we saw earlier in the 800 today. Bumber out of the blocks, though. Way ahead. It's her and Austin McDowell there out on the curve, but Daniela Bumber just absolutely demolished that first 100 meters. She is almost ahead of everybody before we even get to the second curve. She is going to hit 200 meters in 25 seconds. Granted, she's in lane 4, so probably closer to 27. But she looks great right now, all by herself out there in the front. She's about, 5 to 10-ish meters on every single other person as she hits the home straight, looking strong. Austin McDowell's coming back a little bit, but this is going to be all Daniela Bumber. 53, 54, 55. She's slowing down just a little bit. Easy heat win there for Daniela Bumber. 57.86 for the heat win over Austin McDowell and Michaela Evans. Really solid race there. We will move to heat number 3. We got Kara. Oh, my clock just went back to the other one. Kira Lutz of Moweaqua Central A&M, Madison Callaway of Cerro Gordo Bement, Carson Braun of Lewistown, Lila Coleman of Seneca, Ella Helms of Elmwood, Leticia Conda of Beardstown, Bailey Starnes of Altamont, and Aubrey Keller of Pinckneyville. Your top seed is Lila Coleman with a 58.10. And then Ella Helms, Carson Braun are both under a minute here. It looks like it's going to be Lila Coleman pretty handily. Can't imagine any situation where she wouldn't take the win here. But, yeah, we will see.
All again, 300 hurdles to the 10th. All 300 hurdles to the 10th.
Runners are about to enter their blocks. Let's move this down. See, I like the 400s a little bit better because I can sit back in my chair. Just relax a little bit, you know? The sun is starting to come out here a little bit at Eastern. It's been cloudy pretty much all day. Holy cow, Lila Coleman is out fast. Out of the blocks, she has absolutely blown up this. Wait, no, that's not Lila Coleman. That's Carson Braun. No, that is Lila Coleman. I apologize. She is out crazy, crazy fast from lane 5. She's going to hit 200 meters in around 26 seconds. If she holds on to this is going to be a pretty big PR. Lila Coleman is crushed the rest of this field. This is going to be a huge heat win here. Yeah, if she can hold it together on the home stretch, that is. She's starting to tighten up a little bit, but I mean, she went out, ran away with it early, and yeah, she's going to walk it in for an easy heat win here. 58 seconds for Lila Coleman in the win here in Heat 2. Sorry, 59.03. Out really hard, and then just sort of locked up there at the end. But a great race nonetheless.
Coleman of Seneca with the win in race number 3. Let's go to 4.
And here's your fill for Heat 4 in lane 1. We have Brooke Ross of Litchfield.
We are going to move to heat number 4. We got Brooke Brosh of Litchfield, Adelaide Pierce of Stockton, Reagan Campbell of Riverton, Reese Honey of St. Anthony, Alina Graham of Mount Olive, Whitney Parker of Illini Bluffs, Katie Sitko of Palace Heights Chicago Christian, and Faith Husky of Johnston City. Top seed is Reese Honey, who is a PR 57.26. She's going to fight it out with Daniela Bumber for the state title. But Alina Graham of Mount Olive is not a name to look over. She's run 58.4 as a freshman this year, and she's having a really, really solid season. The interesting thing about these 1A runners is that they don't see very much competition too often. So when they get together at the state meet, usually sparks fly because you'll get to see some really great runners finally race people around their speed. So the runners are going to get into their blocks now. And here we go. Lane 5, that's Reese Honey, out of the blocks pretty well here. And she is out really, really hard. I mean, she's already passed every single person before we even get to 200 meters. I mean, this is unbelievable. Alina Graham of Mount Olive is hanging in there. She's currently in second, but Reese Honey has put the works on this heat. It's going to take a pretty strong finish here from Alina Graham or from lane 3, Adelaide Pierce. But yeah, this is going to be all Reese Honey. Pretty easy heat win here for the 57-400 runner. She might even set a PR. Nah, not quite, but 58 high, 58 low, 58.24, yeah. And then Alina Graham and Adelaide Pierce, 59.82. and it looks like Alina Graham will make the final just by the skin of her teeth. The bubble time is 59.75. Your qualifiers are Daniela Bumber of Henry Santaquin, Elise House of Barrow Valley, Reese Honey of Effingham St. Anthony, and Lila Coleman of Seneca, all of them taking heat wins. And then you got Bree Schneiderman of Forreston, Reese Myers of North Shore Country Day, Austin McDowell of Robinson, and Alina Graham of Mount Olive. Oh, and Michaela Evans of Gibson City are the next 5 girls to qualify on time. And yeah, we're going to move on to the 300 hurdles. We're going to wait for the hurdle crew to get everything set up, and then we will be right back. We're going to go over the field for heat number 1 of the 300-meter hurdles. We've got Emily Vaughn of Fairfield, Ava White of Litchfield, Whitney Humphreys of Knoxville, Vanessa Sides of Fisher, Lily Bosnick of Peru St. Bede, Gwen Murphy of Trenton Westglen, Madison Harms of EPG, and Macy Peterson of Winchester. Your top seed is Lily Bosnick of Peru St. Bede, who has run a 45:30 this season and has a PR of 43:40. She is the favorite in this event, in my opinion. You could either go her or Isabella Nieberge, one of the two. And your next best person in this heat is Vanessa Sides of Fisher, who has a season best of 46:36. I would expect Bosnick to take the win here. I can't imagine there's really a world where she loses. I think she's also going to win the state title in general. So a big Q here would be pretty nice. She got one earlier in the 100-meter hurdles by just a little bit. She beat, I believe it was Downs Tri-Valley freshman. It wasn't Bruce, it was Dorr and something. Hold on, let me look. The 100-meter hurdles was a good race this morning. Josie Trosson from Downs Tri-Valley. It was by just that little bit much at the end. So the athletes are going to get into their blocks now. I believe they're going to do runouts now. If they're not doing runouts, then they've taken their marks. Here we go. Bosnick out of the blocks the best, and she's over the first hurdle pretty easy. Bosnick, oh, we got a fall in lane 3 from Ava White. That is unfortunate. Bosnick still has her lead, but Vanessa Sides is on her inside. But here comes Bosnick. And Bosnick is going to take it all the way home. She has one more hurdle standing between her and a heat win and probably a season best, 44 seconds for Lily Bosnick. 44.62, that's a huge season best and a great heat win there. She clipped multiple hurdles too. I watched her foot smack that hurdle at least twice, so there could be a lot more in the tank there. I'm not gonna lie. That was a really good race out of Lily Bosnick. That was impressive. Pretty good race out of Vanessa Sides as well. 46.02 for second. That is probably gonna make the final if I had to take a guess. Here's your full list of results. And we will move to heat number 2. We've got Michaela Hunt of Chicago Phillips, Meredith Chambers of Shelbyville, Taylor Stratler of Okawville, Haley Johnson of Paxton Buckley Loda, Jillian Hammer of Oregon, Zoe Tuttle of Robinson, Zoe Milder of Morrison, Addie Patterson of Sullivan, Avery Brule of Winnebago. Your top seed is Jillian Hammer with a season best of 44.49. Her PR of 44.46 is one of the better PRs in the field, so she should be able to get a pretty good heat win here. Both Haley Johnson and Zoe Tuttle are under 47 seconds here with 46 high for both of them. And the athletes are in their blocks. I don't know if they even set them. I think it's just to take your mark and they, oh no, it is a set. And here we go. Out of the blocks, that looks like Tuttle of Robinson. But here comes Hammer. Jillian Hammer of Oregon. And she is way in the clear here. Completely good. She has about 5 meters on Tuttle from Robinson, who is on her outside. And yeah, she's home free. She has a solid 15 meters on the rest of this field now. Starting to look more like 30. Jillian Hammer with an absolutely great race. She's about to be under 44 here. 44.09. Big PR for Jillian Hammer in the prelims. About a half a second taken off there. Really, really solid race there from Jillian Hammer. Zoe Tuttle in 47.18 and Haley Johnson 47.42. Could still make the final. Let's talk about heat number 3. We got Cashett Matthews, Chicago Morgan Park Academy, Lila Grindy of Lena Winslow, Zoe Watkins of Bunker Hill, Kaylee Cogdell of El Paso Gridley, Brianna Harms of Washburn Low Point, McKenna Van Tilburg of Wilmington, Ariana Starr of Taylor Ridge Rockridge, Agnes Genenbacher of Camp Point Central, and Ariana Martinez of Clifton Central. McKenna Van Tilburg is your top seed, but only just barely over Brianna Harms. Both have run in the 45 mids this year, but Van Tilburg has the better PR, 45.34. We saw Van Tilburg run pretty well in the 100-meter hurdles today, and I would expect a pretty similar result here. My mouth is sore from talking, if you can believe that. I know I can believe that. Athletes are in their blocks here as we are about to get started with heat number 3. And here we go. Out of the blocks, that looks like Van Tilburg. And after the first hill, it's going to be Van Tilburg and Brianna Harms. They're pretty much even here, but Harms needs to make up some ground on the stagger, or it's going to be Van Tilburg all the way home. Van Tilburg still leading with 100 meters to go. Van Tilburg looks really, really strong, but Harms is trying to reel. that is going to be McKenna Van Tilburg all the way home. 44 seconds for both of them. 44.71 and 44.98. Really good times there from those two. And that is a big cue for McKenna Van Tilburg as we move to heat number 4. Heat number 4, we got Addison Achu of DeQuinn, Riley Ryan of Lyle, Liv Honey of St. Anthony. Wait, what? Oh, Liv Honey. I thought that was Reese Honey. I was about to say, ain't she in like 5 events today? Sister, older sister. Remy Hicks of Pinckneyville, Josie Trosson of Downs Tri-Valley, Elena Mitchell of Mercer County, Emma Gorsuch of Astoria, Allie Keelman of Shabona Indian Creek, Lauren McLean of Newman Central Catholic. Your top seed is Josie Trosson with a seed time of 46.01, but Elena Mitchell has the best PR with a 45.84. It'll likely be between those two. We saw Trosson run pretty well in the 100-meter hurdles today, so I would imagine she's probably going to get a pretty big heat win here. Here we go.
And we're off here.
Out of the blocks, that is Mitchell. Mitchell and Trosson pretty even right now. Trosson making up a little bit of ground here. And the stagger's going to be pretty solid for Trosson here, but Mitchell is out in front with 100 meters to go. Trosson is going to have a pretty solid finish, which she is reeling. It's going to be close. Mitchell and Trosson with a hurdle to go at the line. That's Mitchell. Elena Mitchell of Mercer County takes the win with a 45.61 over Josie Trosson. PRs for both of them, and I would say both are likely moving on to the final. Bubble time now, 47.18. Heat number 5. We have Demaya Chairs of DuPont. Ooh, excuse me. Lainey Anderson of Illini Central, Chloe Taylor of Casey Westfield, Kaylin Kress of Hillsboro, Isabella Nieberge of Tortopolis, Natalie Thompson of Bismarck Henning Rossville, Jacqueline Grunlow of Colfax Ridgeview, Chloe Kunz of Sherrard, and Jade Saeed of Peoria Christian. Isabella Nieberge is your top seed with a 44.75. She leads 1A this year in the 300-meter hurdles. Her and not Tilburg, who also ran 44 seconds, like 2 seconds ago. Who was it? Jillian Hammer and Lily Bosnick are going to be having a pretty good race for the win here. And here we go. Nieberge out of the blocks, already eating up some ground on everybody else. And she's made up some pretty decent ground, but these hurdles look off to me. So Nieberge in front, and it looks like she's going to get a pretty easy heat win here. Isabella Nieberge in lane 5 has a pretty solid lead here, and it's not going to be close between her and anybody else. 45 seconds for Isabella Nieberge, and we have a fall really late in the race. But 45-45 for Isabella Nieberge, really solid and really smart race. You don't see that a lot with freshmen, but I mean, she knew she was in the front, and she very clearly let up off the gas there. So that was impressive to see. Sometimes it's just balls to the walls, all out in the prelims, and then when we get to the finals, and it's like, oh, you're dead after 4 events, which I think she is running 4 events because she's in the 100, 300 hurdles, 4x1, and probably the 4x4 too, if I had to take a guess. So, no, she's running the 200. But good race nonetheless. Let's go over your qualifiers. We got Jillian Hammer of Oregon, Lily Bosnick of Peru St. Bede, McKenna Van Tilburg of Wilmington, Isabella Nieberge of Totopolis, and Elena Mitchell of Mercer County all took heat wins. And then Brianna Harms of Washburn Low Point, Josie Trosson of Downs Tri Valley, Vanessa Sides of Fisher, and Natalie Tomasin of Bismarck Henning Rossville are all moving on to the final. And the girls' mile is up next. Heat number 1 will feature the state favorite for this year, Molly Farrell of Marshall, who is only running the mile this weekend. She could have probably gone 2-mile mile, but she is electing to go just the mile so she can go for the win, which I personally think is a pretty smart decision. We will see how that works out for her today. We're going to wait for them to do their little run out, and we'll be right back. Just kidding. Did they run out already, and I wasn't even paying attention. This is heat number 1 of the 1600. We've got Molly Farrell of Marshall, Dusty Smith of Stark County, Ella Carlson of Winnebago, Kate Foltz of Tuscola, Madison De Ornelas of Paxton Buckley Loda, Emily King of Knoxville, Taylor Wells of Fithian Oakwood, Taylor Forney of Elmwood, Giselle Morit of Harvest Christian Academy, Jillian Murray of Riverdale, Ava Gualrop of Riverdale, Drew Robison of Illini Central, Hadley Douglas of Norris City, Omaha, Enfi, and Haley Bradle of Carlinville. Like I said, Molly Farrell is the favorite here, and she is out to an early lead over Dusty Smith. But Kate Foltz is a girl to keep your eye on. Really strong cross-country runner who can run like 10:40 in the 2-mile. Has a PR of 5:03, but a season best of 5:14. She could shake things up here. You never know. It's her senior year. She'll be moving on to Notre Dame next year, so she's certainly a good cross-country runner. Molly Farrell currently in the lead with Dusty Smith trailing with Kate Foltz in third, and I believe that is Emily King on the rail there. Molly Farrell looks comfortable, and they are out fast. 70 seconds of the quarter. Hoofda mega. They are going to be hurting here. 71 for Molly Farrell, Dusty Smith as well, and then everybody else kind of just chilling behind. Molly Farrell is walking away from Dusty Smith. Really couldn't tell you why we're going so hard in the first 400 of the prelim, but I guess she wants to set her season best right now. She's got about 5 meters on Dusty Smith, who has about 15 on Kate Foltz. It's about 5 seconds from second to third right now. Molly Farrell expanding just a little bit, but not by very much. This is going to be the majority of this race is going to be Molly Farrell in front. And Molly Farrell going to come through the mile here under 2:30, way under 5-minute pace. 2:25, 2:26. Oh my goodness. She's hit around like 455 in the prelims. What are we doing? Dusty Smith out in a 229. Pretty solid from her. Kate Foltz still in third. Molly Farrell has expanded her lead to about 25 meters now. And Dusty Smith has about 25 on Kate Foltz. Molly Farrell with about 600 meters to go at 3:03. She's about 7 seconds on Dusty Smith. And this is relentless. I mean, if anything, she's sped up. It's ridiculous. She's shaking her arms out right now. This is easy. This is light work for Molly Farrell. Look at this. All by herself, she's about, 50 meters in the lead. And she's about to come through 1,200 in 3:40, 3:41, 42. She's slowing down a little bit, but, I mean, there is no denying this is going to be sub 5 for sure. Dusty Smith. Sorry about that. Dusty Smith about 50 meters back now. But, I mean, Kate Foltz really in no man's land right now. She's in third, about 30 meters back from Dusty Smith and about 20 meters ahead of the next best girl. But, I mean, Molly Farrell is just crushing everyone right now. She has 200 meters to go. I mean, Dusty Smith might even break 5:05 here in the prelim. Molly Farrell with about 120 meters to go has commanded this race from the start. I mean, this is nothing short of impressive. She's going to jog it in here for the win in what is going to be probably the easiest 457 I have ever seen. Just an absolutely incredible performance from Molly Farrell. 458 for the win in Heat 1 over Dusty Smith. Dusty Smith should make the final with a 5:03, no issue. And then Kate Foltz, 5:13 for third.
Meter dash report. 200-meter dash report.
And we will move to heat number 2 of the 1600. Let's see here. We got Claire Einer, Moreau of Forsyth, Audrey Dickinson of Illini Bluffs, Molly Webb of Winnebago, Jessica Henderson of Tremont, Emily Downing of Cambridge, Michaela Chambers of DeWitt, Kylie Canab of El Paso Gridley, Abby Mullen of Palos Heights Chicago Christian, Alyssa Higgins of Knoxville, Rachel Immig of Beecher, Harper Wetzel of Manlius Bureau Valley, Maggie Schwab of Litchfield, and Finley Hagg of Breese Mater Dei. Your top seed is Claire Einer of Moreau of Forsyth with a time of 4:55. She's one of the best distance runners in Illinois this year. At our conference meet, she ran 10:29 and 4:55 in one day. I'd be pretty shocked if she doesn't get the heat win here. That being said, Audrey Dickinson is a 4:57 girl. To be fair, she did run earlier in the day in the 800. But she's still an incredible athlete. And she's in first right now out of the gate. She's really taking them out hard. Einer currently in second, kind of just playing it carefully behind Dickinson. But Dickinson really wants to take the lead here. And she is through 200 meters in 35 seconds. We're out quick. Emily Downing of Cambridge is in second. Her seed time is 5:14, but her PR is 5:04 from last season. So do not count her out at all. But it is Dickinson and Einer out in front. And Einer looks relaxed. I mean, this is easy for her. Audrey Dickinson tried to waste some energy on that first lap, and it didn't really work. 1:13 through the 400 for almost everybody. And Emily Downing is really not scared to get up there with the big girls. 1:14 through the 400. She looks like she wants to pass Claire Einer right now. She looks very smooth. Claire Einer on Dickinson's hip right now, but she backs off just a little bit, and now Downing looks like she wants to take it, but it's currently a group of 4 of Dickinson, Einer, Downing, and Alyssa Higgins of Knoxville. It's very bunched up, very crowded. Nobody really wants to pass anybody. Downing is in lane 2 on Claire Einer's hip, but she just doesn't want to pass for whatever reason. And here comes Downing. She's going to go wide with Claire Einer, as Claire Einer now takes the lead over Audrey Dickinson right before the 800. This is a smart move from Claire Einer. I like this a lot. I think when you want to win a mile with conviction, you wait until 800 and then you start trying. And they are certainly about to do that. 2:31 through the half. Audrey Dickinson right behind with Emily Downing and Alyssa Higgins right behind them. And Claire Einer is now in the lead. She hasn't walked away yet, but she looks really smooth. I mean, this looks effortless from Claire Einer. Emily Downing and Alyssa Higgins are definitely putting in effort to keep up with this group right now. There is a small gap starting to form between Downing and Dickinson, which is 3rd to 2nd. And it is starting to get wider as we enter 600 meters to go. It is currently Claire Einer and Audrey Dickinson together at the front, with Emily Downing and Alyssa Higgins following behind. Einer starting to pull away a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, she's turning on the jets. Claire Einer looks like has about 2-ish meters on Audrey Dickinson. It's very close, but they're about to come through 400 to go, and it looks like the wheels are starting to turn here. A lap to go for Claire Einer and Audrey Dickinson, with Alyssa Higgins in 3rd and Emily Downing in 4th, but Emily Downing is not taking this without a fight. And here comes Claire Einer, ready to widen the gap. I think that 800 from earlier is probably sitting pretty heavy on Audrey Dickinson's legs right now. There is about 5 meters between Einer and Dickinson. It's closable if Dickinson wants it, but Einer looks extremely strong right now. 200 meters to go with 4:23 on the clock. I don't think she's going to lose this race. It's actually a pretty good chance she beats Molly Farrell's time from earlier. She has widened the gap to 15 meters now, and Claire Einer has officially walked away. I mean, this is her race now. 20 meters on Audrey Dickinson as she enters the home straight, and this is going to be a big cue for Claire Einer. And she's going to be under 5 minutes here. 4:57, 4:58. Matches what Molly Farrell puts up from heat number 1. Audrey Dickinson in 2nd with a 5:02. And then that's Alyssa Higgins of Knoxville in 3rd over Emily Downing in 4th.
record personal procedure death here in heat number 2, 5:14:71 by Molly Webb. Remember, we're taking the winners of these heats, and after that, it's all about time. So the coaches are telling these runners, the only guarantee you have is if you win the heat. Other than that, you just got to be really fast.
We will move to heat number 3.
We're going to move on to heat number 3.
Our winners
We
of
got
5 minutes.
Henley Parsons of Champaign St. Thomas More, Aubrey Denning of St. Anthony, Tessa Bowers of Shelbyville, Bristol Schmigall of Elmwood, Ellie Emberson of Fisher, Callie Richardson of Caitlin Salt Fork, Emmeline Miller of Mercer County, Avery Manning of Rova Williamsfield, Erin McCall of Gibson City, Miley Earhart of El Paso Gridley, Lena Marshall of Newton, Hadley Fleck of Niantic Sangamon Valley, and Brooke Dietering of New Athens, and Colleen King of Vienna. Your top seed is Henley Parsons, Champaign St. Thomas More with a seed time of 5:01. Tessa Bowers is seated at 5:05. Her PR of 5:04 would be good for second here. Aubrey Denning has a PR of 5:01, but she has only ran 5:15 this season. All three of those should be near the top here. Tessa Bowers impressed me today in the 4x8. I was really quite impressed with her close. It looks like Henley Parsons didn't realize that she could cut in immediately, as she just ran in lane 7 for a good 20 meters. She is now in front, joined by, I believe that is Lena Marshall of Newton, who is gutting it out up top. But that is Parsons out in front through the first 200 meters. And it looks like Tessa Bowers currently on the rail of lane 1 and 2, waiting to move in when Lena Marshall moves out the way. But Henley Parsons out in front with, I believe, Bristol Schmigall of Elmwood in second. Tessa Bowers and Aubrey Denning currently running together. They're going to be side by side here as we get through the 400. Henley Parsons taking it out pretty quick here, 1:15, 1:14 even through the 400. And now Tessa Bowers has decided that this is her race. She's going to take the lead over Henley Parsons and Ellie Emberson of Fisher. Aubrey Denning currently in 4th. Bowers in front, Parsons in 2nd, Emberson in 3rd, and Denning in 4th. If Denning can get into this final, we are going to see a great team race from team performance from St. Anthony, because Reese Honey is likely going to score good in the 400 and the 200. She's going to score amazing, she looked amazing in the 100 meter this morning and could very well score some good points there. She's currently 3rd in the long jump. That's like 30 points by herself. With Aubrey Denning scoring in the 800 and the mile, potentially, be pretty good, pretty huge. But anyways, Tessa Bowers is leading at the half in 2:31. Henley Parsons just a little bit of a ways back. 2-second gap for Bowers over the field. But it looks to be lengthening as we speak. It is Tessa Bowers with the lead over a group of 3. That's Henley Parsons, Ellie Emberson, Aubrey Denning in a group of 3, and then Callie Richardson of Caitlin Salt Fork is trailing close behind in 5th. The bubble time is 5:20. Bowers has 600 meters to go, and she looks pretty comfortable. She's actually extending her lead here. Tessa Bowers was a fantastic runner during the cross-country season. I believe she was sub-17 multiple times in the 3-mile. She's returning from Shelbyville's all-time great 4x8 last year, 9:23. And she is demolishing this heat of the mile right now. Tessa Bowers has a good 30 meters on the rest of the field as we enter a lap to go. She has probably about 4 seconds on everybody else going into a lap to go. This is going to be around 5:05, give or take, but this looks near effortless for Tessa Bowers. Just an update from the Stevenson sectional. Jaden Jean Paul has won the high jump, which is Evanston's first qualifier of the day. He's a 6'10" high jumper who will likely do some big damage here at the state meet. Tessa Bowers has 150 meters left to go. Henley Parson and Aubrey Denning are closing really hard, but I don't think they're going to catch her. Tessa Bowers has ran this race really, really well, and she's going to take it all the way home for a 5:05, close to a 5:05 in the mile here. Great racing from Bowers, and then looks like Parsons will be in second with Denning in third. Season best there for Aubrey Denning. And we have one more heat to go in the 1A 1600. Bubble time is now 5:14, so it's getting pretty fast.
Final call 200s. Final call 200s to the 10.
We will move to heat number 4. If they let them do their run out. This final heat has a pretty solid field. We got Maggie Zimmerman of Petersburg Porta, Lydia Woody of Springfield Lutheran, Kendall Fleck of Sangamon Valley, Kazan Gibbon of Havana, Kyra Mose of Chicago Heights Christian Academy, Adeline Bruce of Downs Tri-Valley, Madeline Fox of Marshall, Julia Moody of Sullivan, Elise Brinkmeyer of Mason City Illini Central, Hayden Poole of Elgin St. Edward, Madeline Rogers of Oregon, Ellison Heineke of Washburn Low Point, Millie Schumacher of Jacksonville Route, and Millie Musbach of Wilmette, Virginia Dominican. This is Millie Schumacher's third individual event of the day. This is going to be a rough race. I'm impressed that she's even made it to this event. I mean, if I had to do the 800, 400, and the mile in one day, man, I'd be hurting. Maggie Zimmerman is your top seed with a 4:59. There's a lot of girls that could go 5:10 or faster. Madeline Fox of Marshall has a PR of 5:06 in this race. She should be able to make the final here. But here we go. Looks like that's Fox out in front. No, that's not Fox. That's Moody of Sullivan out way in front right now. Maggie Zimmerman, I want to say, is in third right now. Madeline Fox is way out in like lane 4, kind of just doing nothing right now, but she's slowly moving up.
Rogers, Oregon, 11, Ellison Heineke, Washburn, 12, Billy Schumacher back in here for Jacksonville.
Yeah, this is interesting. I was not expecting. I'm pretty sure that's Julia Moody of Sullivan with Maggie Zimmerman in second now, as they come through 400 in 113. I mean, they're flying right now. Oh, that's Madeline Rogers of Oregon. Sorry. But Rogers has a season best of 5:32, so we are going to see how well this works out for her. Zimmerman in second, Kendall Fleck in third, and Madeline Fox in fourth. Madeline Fox now in a pretty good position. Maggie Zimmerman now going to take the lead from Madeline Rogers, excuse me. It'll be Zimmerman and Kendall Fleck of Sangamon Valley, 1 and 2, and now Madeline Fox is going to join them to close out the top 3. That looks like Zimmerman still out in front. She has not necessarily expanded her lead, but she looks pretty strong here.
1375. Here's Woody coming in. Zimmerman, the senior.
We are about to hit 800. 231 for Zimmerman, with Fleck and Madeline Fox in second and third, just a little bit back. And this is almost deja vu from the last heat. This looks almost the exact same as what Tessa Bowers did. She was patient at the start, waited until 800, and then blew the doors off of this race. And that's exactly what Maggie Zimmerman is doing right now. She is expanding her gap pretty sizably here over Kendall Fleck and Madeline Fox. And that, I believe, is Kyra Mose of Palos Heights Chicago Christian now in third over Madeline Fox. 600 meters to go. Madeline Fox has almost 30 meters on the chase pack at this point. And it looks like they're sending the 200 runners across the infield on time. That is new today. We have not been on time all day. So Zimmerman has a commanding lead. It's almost 40 meters at this point. She has really put the pace through these girls. 347, 348 with a lap to go. She's flying right now, all by herself up in front. Kendall Fleck still in second with Madeline Fox and Kyra Mose of Chicago Christian right there with them. Madeline Fox has some pretty good closing speed, so I would be kind of surprised if she doesn't take second here. The problem is, I don't think second place is going to be good enough for the win, or for the final. The bubble time is currently 5:14. She's going to have to close pretty stinking fast if she wants to get into this final. Kyra Mose is right there, but it is going to be Fox with 200 meters to go in second. Maggie Zimmerman, though, has almost 45 meters on the rest of the field and has looked fantastic this entire way home. And here she comes up the home straightaway with 4:46 on the clock. Her PR is 4:57, but she won't need it at all to take the win here. Sorry, I've been sat on the splits for the last 5 minutes. Maggie Zimmerman, 5:01, 5:02, 5:03, and Kendall Fleck. What a close from Kendall Fleck in the final 200 meters. 5:09 for Kendall Fleck as she sneaks her way into the final as well. And Madeline Fox is going to be close, but I don't think she's going to make the final. It will be Kate Foltz in 4:13 as the final person to make it to Saturday. So your qualifiers are Claire Einer of Moreau Forsyth, Molly Farrell of Marshall, Maggie Zimmerman of Petersburg Porta, and Tessa Bowers of Shelbyville, all taking big Qs. And then Audrey Dickinson of Illini Bluffs, Dusty Smith of Stark County, Henley Parsons of St. Thomas, Alyssa Higgins of Knoxville, Aubrey Denning of St. Anthony, Kendall Fleck of Sangamon Valley, Emily Downing of Cambridge, Kate Foltz of Tuscola, Kate Foltz of Tuscola is your last qualifier by time. And we will move to the girls 200.
Henry Parsons of the High School of St. Thomas More Champaign, Alyssa Higgins of Knoxville, Aubrey Denning will make it for Effingham St. Anthony, second race she's qualified in today. Kendall Fleck, Sangamon Valley, Emily Downing of Cambridge, Kate Foltz makes it in as the last qualifier in the 1600 at 5:13:41. On to the 200 we go. And today's state final on the 200-meter dash is presented by T-Fiber, delivering lightning-fast internet speeds.
We are going to move to the 200s. We got Zanaya Muhammad of Winnebago, Diana Huerta of Beardstown, Emma Eiley of Totopolis, Bree Schneiderman of Forreston, McKenna Van Tilburg of Wilmington, Abby Armstrong of Flanagan Cornell, Mila Friedrich of Trenton Wesleyan, and Paige Russell of Sasser Valley Air. I'm going to move a little bit closer so I don't have to lean forward to watch this race. Your top seed is Bree Schneiderman of Forreston, who has a seed time of 25:61 but has a PR of 25:10. And then McKenna Van Tilburg, who's been running fantastic all day long, will likely be your next best, and she has a seed time of 25:72. Abby Armstrong, also another runner to keep an eye on. She has a PR of 25:47. And the athletes are in their blocks. And here we go. And that looks like Van Tilburg. Van Tilburg is blazing this heat. Van Tilburg about to get caught by Schneiderman, though. Schneiderman going to make it a close one at the line, but it is going to be McKenna Van Tilburg in the low 25s, 25.01 over Bree Schneiderman of Forreston. Very solid race there for McKenna Van Tilburg. It's an all-time PR for her and a season best for Bree Schneiderman.
4x4s may report. 4x4s may report.
And we will move to heat number 2.
And now we see these two in the
We will move to heat number 2. We got Amani Brown of Fisher, Joella Eggemeyer of Chester, Aubrey Crispin of Athens, Austin McDowell of Robinson, Stella Shackman of Newton, Paisley Williams of Newman Central Catholic, Ellie Goodell of Waterloo Gibald Catholic, and Gabrielle Totten of Bethany O'Carville. Your top seed is Austin McDowell, who has the best time in 1A so far this year with 24:40. Stella Shackman, also another runner to keep your eye on. She's run 25:5 this year. Here we go. Out of the blocks, that's McDowell. McDowell and Shackman look pretty solid, but it is Austin McDowell way out in front. Shackman's going to try and pull it back, but Austin McDowell is going to walk away with this one. 23, 24. She is probably going to be in the low 25s. Yeah, 25, 23. And that is a big Q for Austin McDowell. Shackman is going to have to wait and see if that makes it to the final. I am not confident in a 25-7 holding up all the way through. But we've also seen crazier things. So, who knows? McDowell is one of the favorites in this event. She's got the fastest time in 1A, but she also lost last week to Reese Honey and Isabella Nieberge. So it's going to be pretty close. Heat number 3. You've got Sophia Watkins of Hillsboro, Katarina Huzanga of Mount Carroll, West Carroll, Addie Foss of Camp Point Central, Madison Yazel of Moreau Forsyth, Elena Allen of Newman Central Catholic, Brianna Harms of Washburn Low Point, Lana Kress of Litchfield, and Evelis Callison of Villa Grove. Madison Yazel is your top seed with a 25-33. We saw her earlier in the 100, and she looked fantastic once she got up to speed. So imagine how good she's going to be in the 200 when she has all the time in the world to get up to speed. Addie Foss had a great anchor leg for the 4x2 today. And then Elena Allen is 25.59 for a PR and a 25.64 season best. So we should see something good from her as well. And just going to quickly check on the field events at the sectional meets going around the state today. Nothing else huge has happened, although the Stevenson running events are about to get started, which is a big one because the Evanston sprint squad is at Stevenson, and they are one of the best teams in the state. So depending on how they run today, they could find themselves in the trophy conversation. Out of the blocks, it looks like Foss, but Yazel is there. It is going to be Yazel and Foss at the home straight. It's going to be a very tight race, but Yazel is walking away. Holy smokes. Yazel hit the gas coming out of the turn here and has absolutely demolished everyone. 24.88 for Madison Yazel. Fantastic race. And from a girl who missed the final last year by 1 spot, that is a great way to get into the final now with the technically number 1 time in 1A, or number 2 time in 1A this season. 24.88, fantastic PR there for Madison Yazel. And what a surge there late after the curve. She came out onto the home straightaway and just gone.
Set the record in this event 2 years ago, 24.49. Here's heat number 4. The freshman Kate Raymond Robinson to Ricey Hurd, Salt Fork, Kathleen.
Heat number 4, we got Kate Remmel of Robinson, Brycey Hurd of Salt Fork, Lila Coleman of Seneca, Isabella Nieberge of Totopolis, Jada Reed of El Paso Gridley, Lucy Gargani of Rockford Christian, Madison Trainer of Ottawa Marquette, and Miracle Rogers of Chicago Phillips. Her top seed is Isabella Nieberge of Totopolis, who has a seed time of 25.19. She ran at the sectional meet. She took down Austin McDowell, but took second to Reese Honey and has one of the better 200s in 1A this year. Jada Reed ran 25.42 and is also a name to keep your eye on. She should be pretty solid here as well. You know what? I'm gonna bring out my food. I've been up here for like 3 hours. I'm pretty hungry.
Tonight we watch the rookie in 5. For the season, she has had
Out of the blocks, that's Lucy Gargani of Rockford Christian. But Totopoulos is there with her, and Totopoulos is going to make a surge pretty late in to take it from Gargani. And here comes Niebrigi in the low 25s, 25-23.
Gargani is second for Rockford Christian.
Really solid.
The 3 is Jada Reed of El Paso, Wrigley. 25-23 the win. Trainer is 5. Coleman 4 for Seneca.
Gargani unfortunately misses the final as the bubble time is currently 25-7, but nonetheless a great race from her as well. She dropped about half a second there.
Final race into the blocks. 3
This is the last heat. Bubble time is 25-7-0. We got Bree Plumance of Broadlands Heritage, Brooklyn Toms of Fulton, Reagan Campbell of Riverton, Reese Honey of St. Anthony, Daniela Bumber of Henry Senequine, Nevaeh Scott of Bismarck Henning Rossville, Michaela Riatti of Astoria, and Naomi Watkins of Chicago Phillips. Your top seed is Reese Honey, St. Anthony, who ran 24.91 last week at the sectional meet. But Daniela Bumber has a PR of 25.27 and could take the win here if she gets out of the blocks really well. Reagan Campbell also 25.5 would make the final as of now if she were to run her PR. This is going to be a great race between Reese Honey and Daniela Bumber, which is the matchup we're going to see in the 400 later on Saturday, which I'm very excited to watch because that is going to be a great race between two excellent 400 runners. And they just so happen to be in the same heat in the prelims of the two. So, oh, wow. Lane 3, taking about 8 hours to get into her blocks. That's Brooklyn Toms of Fulton. And here we go. Good start from Bumber and Honey. Honey looks like she has her off the stagger, but it's going to be up to the home straight. And there goes Reese Honey. Oh my goodness. Reese Honey of St. Anthony with a easy win. 24 low. 24.62. What a race from Reese Haney. Holy cow. Daniela Bumber also makes the final here with a 25.49. Really good race there from Reese Honey. And that is a great setup for tomorrow.
Daniela Bumber in 2 and 3.
All right, so our qualifiers are Reese Haney of St. Anthony, Madison Yazel of Moreau Forsyth, Austin McDowell of Robinson, Isabella Niebrigi of Totopoulos, McKenna Van Tilburg of Wilmington. They all got heat wins. And then the next best guys on time are Bree Schneiderman of Forston, Daniela Bumber of Henry Senequine, Brianna Harms of Washburn Low Point, and Elena Allen of Newman Central Catholic.
Schneiderman, Forston, Daniela Bumber, Henry Senequine, Brianna Harms, Washburn Low Point, and Elena Allen of Newman Central.
We are going to move to the 4x4. Okay, so we were behind earlier today. We are now 10 minutes early. How did that happen? I was not paying attention, I guess. They're moving pretty fast right now. So they might take a little while to get the 4x4s out of the tent. So currently they're just sitting around in there. So we're going to take a break until they come back, and they should be out pretty shortly. We are about to get started with the 4x4s. We got heat number 1. We have Arthur Lovington Atwood, Rushville Industry, Tremont, Marshall, Winnebago, Stillman Valley, Dwight, and Litchfield. Your top seed is Marshall, and it's one of the 8 teams that have ran 409 so far this season. Molly Farrell and Madeline Fox will both be running, coming back from a mile. I think Madeline Fox ran the 4x8, if I'm not mistaken, either. So that'll be pretty interesting to see how this goes down for them. Matter of fact, I think Madeline Fox is the first leg. No, that's not true. She's down. She's down there. We're doing runouts right now. We're about to get started. Yeah, here we go. We're getting into our blocks now. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. We will be live for 2A prelims and 3A prelims, and then we'll be live again on Saturday. Tomorrow, I'll be joined with Brody Peterson. We'll be chumming it up about the 2A prelims, and then Saturday I think I have a mixture of Nolan Tossing and Ian Adler joining me, which will be interesting. So out of the gate it looks like that would be Stillman Valley out in lane 7. They are way ahead. No, that's definitely, nope, that's Stillman Valley. Stillman Valley's way out in front on their first leg with Dwight, who is that? Marshall and Winnebago all kind of together for third. Dwight is a little bit ahead in second right now. But this is mostly Stillman Valley. We won't have splits for the first 400 because of where the relay exchange zone is. But here comes leg number 2. Stillman Valley still out in front, but now Winnebago's starting to eat up that stagger a little bit. And they hit the brake line with Winnebago in front of Stillman Valley, with Marshall in third trailing. So Winnebago, I believe, is leading, but they actually have the exact same uniform on as Stillman Valley. They have white top and orange bottoms, and I can't tell who is who. I'm pretty sure that's Winnebago in front, but Stillman Valley really wants to get around her, and for whatever reason didn't until just now. And now they are neck and neck going into the final lap. Final lap. No, this is the third leg. Excuse me. I'm out of my mind. But they are through fast. 2:01, 2:02 through the half. Where we are not messing around here. I mean, Marshall's still kind of in it, but this is Stillman Valley over Winnebago right now. Why are they not taking splits? There should be splits for that first one. Not sure why there's not. But that looks like Stillman Valley and Winnebago. Winnebago's now starting to reel back in on Stillman Valley with 200 meters to go. Winnebago's starting to go around, but Stillman Valley's not having any of it. If Winnebago goes wide here, they could probably take it, but they're not going to. Stillman Valley's going to hold on And Stillman Valley's about to shave like 10 seconds off their personal best this season. Stillman Valley 302, 303, 304. Let's see if splits are up. They are not. Stillman Valley, about 10-meter lead on Winnebago now. But Bago's not letting this go. And they are closing the gap fast. Winnebago now past Stillman Valley almost. They're on their hip with 200 meters to go. Here goes Winnebago. They are literally step for step right now. It could not be any closer for this first heat of the 4x4. Winnebago has a half an inch of a lead, but they're out in lane 2, running way more than they need to. And it's down to the final 100. Look at this. The crowd is on their feet. Winnebago and Stillman Valley are still neck and neck. It's going to be a tie. Oh, there goes Winnebago. Bago's going to take it. And there it is, 406 to 407. Right at the end there, Stillman Valley started to tie it up. Holy cow, that was close. I cannot describe to you what I just watched. From 200 to go to about 150 to go, they moved together. Like, there was no separation. Winnebago would have won that if they had just stayed in lane 1 the whole time and had been patient. They spent majority of that race in lane 2 chasing, and that, I think, cost them a pretty big amount of energy. They ended up probably running 20 meters maybe. I don't know. They definitely ran more, and I think that they could probably run faster once we get into the finals. That was a great race. It was an amazing way to warm up the 4x4s. This is heat number 2. We got Greenview, Port Byron, Riverdale, New Berlin, Downs Tri-Valley, Kewanee, Withersfield, Bloomington Central Catholic, Astoria, and Carlinville.
Downs has a 409.5 to hold the middle of the track.
It looks like Downs Tri-Valley is the top seed here, but as we just saw, the top seed doesn't mean jack, because Stillman Valley and Winnebago were both seeded lower than Marshall, and they both just crushed their seed times to run 406 and 407 respectively. So Downs Tri-Valley is seeded first, but we will see how well that holds up. There's a lot of teams in here that could absolutely take the win here.
They got a nickname. It must be just a girl's nickname on the back. Oh, really? For them, and they're called Salty. S-A-L-T-Y, Salty something. That's what they call it. So. Saltyville. That's what they call them. Saltyville.
And here we go.
Okay, we're off. Again, the middle is held by Tri-Valley.
Out of the stagger, that looks to be lane 8. That would be Astoria. But on the inside, that's Greenview. Sorry, no, that is Greenview. Greenview is way out in front. It's currently Greenview and Astoria out in front. Astoria is going to take it by just a little bit, But here comes Bloomington Central Catholic, who has a really strong gear here to close out this opening leg. And it's going to be Bloomington Central Catholic as everybody else pulls even. Bloomington Central Catholic and Greenview hit the handoff first. As we get to the break line, I'm pretty sure Bloomington Central Catholic is going to be in first. It's going to be close. Greenview and Bloomington Central Catholic are right next to each other. And then I believe that's New Berlin in third, with Downs Tri-Valley in fourth. This is going to be a very close race. That is Greenview in second, Central Catholic in first. But here comes New Berlin. New Berlin and Downs Tri-Valley now in 2 and 3. New Berlin might get to the handoff first, but not without Central Catholic's going to get it, but just by a little bit. 201, 202 at the handoff. And that's going to be New Berlin in front now, with Central Catholic in second and Downs Tri-Valley in third. Now, New Berlin has a pretty decent gap, but Downs Tri-Valley wants nothing to do with it. Downs Tri-Valley is making a huge surge here to try and get back into first, but New Berlin holding on strong. 100 meters to go with the third leg, and Downs Tri-Valley is about to take it from New Berlin, and we are about to be on the anchor leg here. It's going to be really, really close at the handoff. Downs Tri-Valley is going to take it at the handoff. 307 to 308. Oh, no! Almost tripped over the rail there. New Berlin is out really hard. New Berlin in second with about 2 meters to go on Downs Tri-Valley. Downs Tri-Valley's last split was a 101.99. And their anchor leg is holding strong here. But that's Downs Tri-Valley holding really, really strong. New Berlin is going to need another gear to close out this 4x4, and I don't think they have it. Downs Tri-Valley is going to walk away with the win here. And as we look at the clock, 405, 406, 407, 408. Really strong anchor leg there. 0054 and 101.82 from New Berlin. Really solid race there from Downs Tri-Valley. And here comes heat number 3 of the 4x4. You might have just heard it over the PA, but I'll go over it one more time. Liberty is in lane 2. Then we got Sullivan, Illini Bluffs, Shelbyville, Mercer County, Robinson, Okawville, and Seneca. Now, Seneca is an interesting team because I believe they have... oh, they're not running with Lila Coleman. Okay. So then they will not be anything crazy here. I was going to say they have Lila Coleman, who's capable of splitting at least like a 58 here, so we could see them do something. But your top seed is Shelbyville, which this is a mostly distance lineup, which is kind of interesting. Tessa Bowers and Leah Schoaf have both ran on the 4x8, and Tessa Bowers ran in the mile later today, so this will be interesting to see how she comes back from that. Yeah, this will be Heat 3. Bubble time is currently 4:11, which I believe was the bubble time to begin with, and we're on Heat 2, or Heat 3. Update from the sectional meets. Evanston 41-3, New Trier 41-38. That is pretty interesting. That's a really good time from New Trier. Could see another All-State run from that group from New Trier. They got it last year because of Will Landwehr, but now that he's gone, I figured they weren't going to be that crazy. Well, 41-38. That's pretty good. Anyways, we got heat number 3 here. And here we go. Pretty even out of the blocks. No one's really taking it. Shelbyville has made up a little bit of ground here, as has lane 8 Okawville. But that looks like Shelbyville or Illini Bluffs, and I believe that's Audrey Dickinson for Illini Bluffs, who is on her 4th event of the day. No, 3rd event of the day. But no, that's going to be Shelbyville and Okawville. And Robinson as well. Robinson with a really strong close here. Shelbyville, Robinson, and Illini Bluffs are the teams to be looking at here. Shelbyville's the top seed, but like we've seen so far, that really doesn't mean much. It is Illini Bluffs and Robinson, with Shelbyville right there with them. And Shelbyville's going to hit the brake line first and then lay off the gas, I guess. It was a really aggressive first 100 from the second leg of Shelbyville. And then they hit the brake line, and there was kind of just a relaxation. Robinson is looking like she wants to pass. Yeah, Robinson's going to go around on the curve with about 120 meters to go in the second leg. Robinson still on the hip, didn't commit to the move, and now Shelbyville is going to walk it home through the first split. It is Shelbyville and then Robinson, but Shelbyville all on their own now, 2:04 at the handoff. And a pretty decent gap between Shelbyville and Robinson. Those splits are wrong. Shelbyville was 2:04 and Robinson was 2:06. Illini Bluffs in 3rd. Looks like Mercer County behind them, and then I think that's Sullivan in 4th. No, 5th. But Shelbyville has a pretty big gap here, about 10 to 15 meters. Robinson just tripped over the rail and is now being passed by Illini Bluffs. This is going to be a really solid race from Illini Bluffs. But Shelbyville's in a world of their own right now. They have a lead of almost 20 meters at this point, and they're about to hand it off to Tessa Bowers. Really, really strong split from Leah Schoaf. This is going to be close to a 61, if not... Oh, no, that's more like a 63, 62 high. And they're going to give it to Tessa Bowers and pretty much wrap this thing up. That's Tessa Bowers, and then Illini Bluffs is chasing. And Illini Bluffs is gaining a little bit of ground. They're not reeling them in huge, but they are gaining, as is Mercer County. This is going to be it's going to have to be a pretty big close from Illini Bluffs if they want to get it done here, but they definitely could. But they definitely need another gear, and it doesn't look like it's there. Tessa Bowers is going to take this thing home for Shelbyville, and Illini Bluffs is going to come in second. I don't know if Illini Bluffs is going to get... No, Illini Bluffs should be under the bubble time. Just barely, 4:10. We will see if that holds up later today. Really solid split for the anchor from Illini Bluffs, 0037. And we move to heat number 4. Number 4, we've got Elgin Harvest Christian in lane 2. Then we got Monmouth United in lane 3. Nashville in lane 4. Oregon in lane 5. Sherrard in lane 6. Manlius Barrow Valley in lane 7. And Moweaqua Central A&M in lane 8. And then Pinckneyville in lane 9.
Oregon, the number 1 seed in this heat. In 6, the Sherrard Tigers. In 7, Bureau Valley, the Storm. In 8, Moweaqua Central A&M, they are the Raiders. And out in lane 9, the Panthers of Pinckneyville. Oregon with 409, 400s out of sectional. Zero calls in the field here. This is
the top seed in this heat is going to be Oregon, which is another 409 team. Sherrard has a 411 as well. But there are a lot of people here that could make a difference. I feel like based off of what the last few events have showed me, there's not much that I can expect here because almost every single team has dropped 4 seconds, 5 seconds. I mean, the bubble time coming in was 4:11, and the bubble time through heat 4 is 4:10. Or sorry, heat 3. We've had 3 heats, half of the heats, and we're already faster than the bubble time. So, yeah, and we haven't even gotten to Lena Winslow yet, who is gonna run like 4 flat today. So this is a great event at State Meet. That looks like Nashville out in front with pretty much nobody else responding. Nashville has made up a huge amount of ground, but we've also seen a lot of teams go out really hard today that have just made it. They paid for it later on. And that looks like Nashville and Sherrard is going to close it out through the final 100 meters. And that's... I do think Nashville is going to get to the handoff first here, though. Oh, no! Nashville drops a baton and falls over. Are they going to get DQ'd for that? She didn't reach across the exchange zone. Wow, that was crazy. Sherrard is now in front. They're about to hit the brake line, way in the lead. So here's what just happened. Nashville drops the baton, stops, picks it back up, and then falls at the line, like collapses at the line. But the baton rolled across the exchange zone, stayed in the lane. The athlete ran back to pick it up and is now in third. I don't think that's a DQ. I don't think that's a DQ because if you the rule is you can't go forward to pick it up, but if you go backward and it stays in your lane, which she somehow stayed in her own lane, I don't know. They're now in sixth, so I guess it doesn't really matter. But okay, so here goes Sherrard. They're in the lead after half with the 2:05. Nashville has 2 legs to go. They're through in like 2:09, so they're going to need 2 really strong legs here on the close. It is currently Oregon and Sherrard up front. Oregon is right on Sherrard's tail with Harvest Christian in third, a pretty fair ways back. And Oregon just blew past Sherrard right there. Really aggressive first 200 from Oregon. They have about 5 to 8 meters on Sherrard right now. 100 meters to go. Sherrard looks like they have another gear, though, and might be able to catch this Oregon girl back, which would be absolutely insane after the move that Oregon just made. And Oregon hands off in first with Sherrard in second. That was a 58-2 from Oregon. That's pretty fast. 2 more legs, or 1 more leg to go here. Oregon is in front by about 5 meters on Sherrard. Nashville has moved back into third after that disastrous second handoff. They're in third place. If they can hit the cut time, then they're probably going to get in, but the cut time would require their anchor to split like a 57, so I don't know if it's going to happen. Oregon still winning, likely going to take it in unless Sherrard has another gear, and Sherrard's running out of time here to use that other gear. They are gaining, though. Oh, my goodness! Sherrard's going to take the win! With a massive close from Sherrard. 4:05.98 for the win over Oregon in 46. Double O's from both of them, and Nashville takes third with a 4:13. If Nashville didn't mess that hand, or I shouldn't even say that, Nashville didn't have that handoff, they probably would have won that race, because I'm pretty sure their last 2 legs went like 61-60, which is pretty stinking good. Really solid race there from Sherrard, though. Great close from that anchor leg. And we will move to heat number 5. We got Lewistown, Paxton, Buckley, Loda, Champaign, St. Thomas More, Fulton, Pleasant Plains, EPG, Knoxville, and Wilmette, Regina, Dominican. Pleasant Plains is the returning state champ in this event, but Fulton has the best time of the 4:06, and they are the next closest thing to Lena Winslow, who is the favorite for the state title. Pleasant Plains last year, if I remember correctly, ran 4:06, 4:08 before the state meet. Came to prelims, ran like 4:03, and then broke 4 in the final. So, again, anything can happen. Literally anything can happen. I would say Fulton's probably going to win this just because they have a really solid lineup, but Pleasant Plains has done it before, and they very well could do it again. The bubble time is 4:09, by the way. 2 heats to go.
Defending champion this event from last year. But they will battle the second place team from last year in lane 7, El Paso Gridley. Again, El Paso Gridley, the defending team champion, trying to repeat for 2026. The Knoxville Blue Bullets will be in 8, and the Panthers of Wilmette, Chile Dominican in 9.
We are going to get into the blocks here on the last heat.
Okay, that's right, because it's 3. Yeah, okay, that makes perfect.
Another update from the sectional meets. Prospect takes the win in the 4x8 with a 7:58, with Hoffman Estates Conant taking second in 8 flat. But anyways, heat number 4 looks like Pleasant Plains is in front. Not to jinx it or anything, but they are the defending state champs, so it looks like they've come to play today. Pleasant Plains in front with Fulton not too far behind, but it looks like Pleasant Plains is going to get a pretty good lead here. Yeah, it's going to be Pleasant Plains all day. It's a really strong opening leg. Fulton is there, but Pleasant Plains is going to get to the handoff before anyone else, and it's not going to be close. And here goes. Pleasant Plains has almost 3 seconds at the handoff on everybody else. I'm not going to say I predicted it, because I didn't, but they are the defending state champs, so I'm not surprised. They hit the brake line first, Fulton in second. Pleasant Plains leading by about 10 meters. Fulton is eating it up, though, and it's now down to 5. It's now down to 3. It is now down to 2. Fulton is closing. The lead stabilizes at a stride length. Pleasant Plains looks like they're going to hold them off at least for this leg, unless Fulton has another gear. But it seems like it's the opposite. It looks like Pleasant Plains has another gear. As we hit the first handoff, we are going to be through in very low 2 minutes. 2:02, 2:03 for Pleasant Plains. 2:03:02, and Fulton right there with them. And Fulton takes the lead. Very aggressive first 100 from Fulton. They have about 3 to 5 meters on Pleasant Plains. This is an extremely aggressive first 200 from Fulton. They have a 5-meter gap, 2 seconds on Pleasant Plains, and it is only widening. This is a really strong leg from Fulton. Would not be surprised if this is well under a minute. They have a 35-meter lead on Pleasant Plains, and it has been 1 leg. That is insane. Fulton hits the 3rd leg right about now. 3:04. That is going to be a 60-second, 61 split. Pleasant Plains 65. But Fulton has walked away. This is going to be really hard for Pleasant Plains to come back and take the win here. I really don't know if they can do it. Fulton's final anchor looks very smooth right now. 200 meters to go for Fulton. They are in 3:32. If she closes in a 32, that's a noose, or 33, that's a season best. And she looks like she's well on her way to do that. They now have 50 meters on Pleasant Plains with 100 meters to go for Fulton. And yeah, this is all Fulton. What a move on that third leg. That was unbelievable. 402, 403, 404, 405. Really good running from Fulton. And the defending state champs are bounced in the prelims from the final this year.
Fulton, 406 coming off the competition. Guess what? They're at 405.46.
And then this is the final heat of the 1A prelims. And this is where the real state favorites come into play. Lena Winslow is seated at 401.13, which is the top time in 1A by almost 5 seconds. They dominated in the 4x2, and it didn't even look difficult. And I would assume we're going to see a pretty similar thing here. We got Carmi White County, Erie Prophetstown, Taylor Ridge, Rock Ridge, Elmwood, Lena Winslow, Stark County, Newton, Clifton Central, and North Shore Country Days in this heat.
Here's your field. In one, the Bulldogs of Carmi, White County, in far southeastern Illinois. It's the Rock River Panthers in 2, Erie Prophetstown. In 2, Taylor Ridge, Rock Ridge. The Rockets will be in 3. In 4, the Tigers of Elmwood Greenfield. Lena Winslow, 401.13. Maybe they try to go under 4. Trying to repeat from last year, a medal in 4th place. Lena Winslow in the middle. What the challenge will be from Stark County on the outside. The Lady Rebels with 411, 76 and 6. The Newton Eagles will be in 7. Clifton Central.
Let's see, do I have any other updates from sectional meets? I don't know.
Country Day, the Raiders will be in final race of this Class A preliminary day.
I don't think so.
Over on the bubble.
Yeah, we got one more heat. And then we are done for the day. We will see you all tomorrow. Bright and early. And by bright and early, I mean noon o'clock, because that's when the stream starts. The runners are going to enter their blocks now. And here we go. Lena Winslow is out of the blocks the fastest, looking to prove that they are that team. Not that they have much to prove. 401 kind of did it for them, but they're out ahead of everybody else. The only team that is currently close is Elmwood on the inside. They're kind of holding there. They're still in the picture for sure, but Lena Winslow has crushed everybody before the end of the second term. So I think this is going to be their race to lose here. Auburn coming back a little bit here. Yeah, Auburn's going to come back a little bit. It's going to be Lena Winslow for the first 400, though. And Lena is first at the handoff, and they are going to be way ahead at the break. Elmwood, second leg, looks to be taking her time to get up to speed here. Lena Winslow hits the break line with 4 seconds on Elmwood right now. They are going to hit 600 meters well under 4 flat pace. 127 for Lena Winslow through 600 meters. We're moving right now. They have about 30 meters on Elmwood, and Elmwood has about 5 meters on Auburn. And Lena Winslow going to get close to the second handoff here. It's going to be pretty close to 2 flat, if not a little bit under. And it's going to be 159 at the handoff. This is serious. 159.74 for Lena Winslow through 800, with Elmwood in 206 and Auburn in 207. Huge lead for Lena Winslow. They are winning by almost 80 meters against everybody else, and they have a shot to break 4 minutes here in the prelims. 226 at a K, 600 meters to go. Still under 4 flat pace, but they do need to close it out. This is where it gets dicey, because if you don't have the anchor leg that can split under a minute, it's going to be close. They're coming through 253, 254, 255, handoff, 258 with a lap to go. They're going to break it. They're going to get under. Auburn's in second with 308. I don't know if they can make it because the bubble time is like 408 right now. So this is going to have to be a nasty, nasty anchor split from, oh, sorry, that's Clifton Central. That's my fault. I don't know why I said Auburn. Clifton Central's been in second this whole time. 3:25 on the clock with 200 meters to go for Lena Winslow. They are 200 meters away from breaking the 4-minute barrier. I might have to get on my feet for this. Lena Winslow is in a 90-meter lead. The crowd is on their feet. It's a standing ovation for the Lena Winslow 4x4s. They come in 352, 353, 54, 356. That's a new state record. Oh my! 356.91. That's a new state record. Oh, 1/100th short of a record. But the second fastest time in state history, 3:56 in the prelims. It's the prelims. It's Friday. It's Thursday. They will have another shot at it on Saturday, and I would bet standing money that they are going to get it on Saturday. What a race from Lena Winslow. Almost every single split was under a minute because they came through 800, under 2, and then they went 58, 58. Absolute cinema. What a great race from Lena Winslow. And a great way to close out 1A prelims on the day 1 of the IHSA track meet. All right, well, that's all we got for you guys today. Thank you so much for tuning in. We will see you all tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time Zone. Me and Brody Peterson for the 2A, 3A prelims.